Goodbye. Goodbye, Aristocrat. Farewell. So long. I'll let the door hit you in the butt on the way out. I am not going to miss Aristocrat, that's for sure. Goodbye. Goodbye now. Yeah, so to Takeover Tuesday, we got big news. I'm not going to talk too much about the sale of Plarium in today's live stream because I'm planning to do a video. So I'll probably do a video on it tomorrow if I can get my act together and get everything, all the pieces in place. But there's a lot to dig into. I want to do some more research before I give you my opinion on exactly what this is going to mean or raid. However, one thing remains clear. I'm not going to miss Aristocrat. I don't think any of us will. But okay, welcome. Welcome. Let me do my little screen thing here that always looks weird to you guys, but doesn't look weird to me at all. There we go. Okay. Hello, Coyote Assassin 41. Good afternoon. Alex, good to see you. Hawk Gaming, Ian Godwin, Angelica, and Manish. Good to see everybody. Sorry, I was just reading something. I couldn't quite scan it. Hopefully less gambling mindset at the cost of the audience. Yeah, that would be nice. Again, I don't know exactly what I think of it yet because I just found out about it late last night. I already had the collab with Big Papa Drock in the pipeline. Like, that was coming out today, and I have the live stream. So Tuesdays is, for whatever reason, it feels like Tuesday is the day that news always should be going out, and yet I have the live stream, which prevents me from really making another video on Tuesday. So it's just one of those things. Hey, Raven Wolf, good to see you. Flakes, hello. Pavel, Bard, I'm doing all right. I'm feeling good, feeling energized. If you haven't checked out the collaborations with Big Papa Drock, I highly recommend them. We had so much fun doing these two collabs. I hope it comes across in our conversation. We did almost an hour on my channel. We did like an hour and 10 or 15 minutes on his channel. And that was probably half of our conversation. Like, those two videos together, probably half of our conversation. We talked for like 4.5 or 5 hours. He's such an interesting guy. He's always high energy. He's very enthusiastic. He's generous with his time and his knowledge. And he just enjoys raid. You know, he enjoys talking games. He enjoys talking to gamers. And so do I. So we have that in common. So we just really, you know, we kept laughing. There's so much stuff like we didn't even record that I kind of wish we did, just so we could make like a blooper reel or something at the end, because we just laughed a lot. And really cool guy. He's also very entertaining. So if you've never caught a live stream from Big Papa Drock, I highly recommend you try to do that. I will say this. I find him very entertaining. I think a lot of people do. But he's a bit less, like, he's more unfiltered than I am, let's say. Like, he's a little bit more raw and in your face and over the top fun and funny and boisterous. And that's just his personality. Like, I think that's genuinely who he is. But it's also just, you know, it's a style. So if you enjoy that style, I think you'll enjoy him a lot. And if you don't, that's fine. I think he'd say that's fine as well. You know, there are a ton of content creators out there who have different styles as well. So, hey, Civic, good to see you. Shift to Thursday? I don't think so. I don't know that would be... Takeover Thursday doesn't quite have the same ring to it anyway. Takeover Thursday. Takeover Tuesday. I don't know, something about it. Honestly, the reason it became Tuesday was because of the alliteration. Like, Takeover Tuesday felt right. We were like, you know, it's like Taco Tuesday, Takeover Tuesday. But also, it was just a good spot in the rotation to have a live stream. Remember, originally we were doing live streams Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. We were doing 3 live streams a week. And that was just kind of overwhelming to try to do 3 live streams plus 2 videos. And then obviously, once my baby was born, we backed off, you know, a lot of stuff. So, but maybe we'll shift to a different day. We might. White Queen Ancora at level 50 is a beast for Hydra. Fair enough. I think White Queen Ancora is a good champion. I think she's a very good champion. I mean, anybody who's got a speed aura is always somebody you could consider for Hydra, right? As a lead. So then she's got an AoE cleanse with a shield. And a turn meter fill, which is nice. It's always useful to have a reviver. She is a single target reviver, but it's a pretty good revive here at 50% HP with 75% turn meter. That's a good single target revive. Not the best in the game or anything. And then she's got this fear like removal thing for one champion, right? So your damage dealer will not get hit by the fears from the head of Torment, I think it is. And then you've got the chance to reduce cooldown of random allies. So like there's a lot of things about her kit that I like for Hydra. I would say, yeah, she's pretty solid. Noob versus Pro was a fun time. Yes, it was. I miss it. No, he's not, Manish. He's not free-to-play friendly, although he's playing his free-to-play challenge account from this year, from Hell Hades free-to-play challenge 2024. Big Papa Jock is still playing that account. And so we had a lot of free-to-play discussions on his channel. And that was really interesting to see like him, realize exactly what free-to-play is all about and still make great progress. I mean, he's a very good player, so he's pretty cool. Any tips for Mithrala? Mithrala is awesome. Build her with high accuracy because you also get resist out of it. So if you look here, her passive is probably the most important part of her kit. Like all of her kit's good, right? But here, just as a last line, it says also increases this champion's resistance. The amount by which it is increased is equal to the amount of accuracy this champion has. So every point of accuracy becomes a point of resistance. And this is incredibly crucial for her because she needs accuracy to land her debuffs, her hex. But she also needs to not be crowd controlled in order to be the team's cleanser. So you want as much accuracy as possible. A good amount of speed, HP, and defense is also, valuable for her. But her most important stat is actually accuracy. And then, as far as her shield is concerned, the shield is based on this champion's max HP. So the bigger her HP pool, the larger the shield is going to be. So you always want to check where the shield is coming from. But you could use her everywhere. You can really use her just about everywhere. How would I compare her to Krixia? I don't have Krixia. Every time I look at Krixia, I want Krixia. But increase this champion's accuracy by 1 for every 2 resistance they have. That's nice. I don't think it's as good, right? Because I think it's better to build accuracy than resistance on a champion, generally. But this does allow you to get both high resistance and accuracy on the same champion, just like Mithrala does. And those are valuable things when you have a cleanser, right? Because she's also a cleanser. She's a cleanser and a lockout champion, which is kind of ridiculous on the same skill. But yeah, excellent. Eight epics and 8 rares ready for Mikage on the side account. Do I wait for personal CVC before fusing? Yeah, I probably would. And remember, you're going to have to run the legendaries up to 6 stars as well. So if you don't have the chickens all ready for that, like in order to do that fusion, I can't see it on this account, but I'm pretty sure the legendaries have to be 6 stars and fully ascended. So once you fuse the legendaries, you're still going to have to run them up in order to fuse Mikage. So really what you get is you get 4 fusion champions. So you get 2 epics and 2 legendaries. Plus you get the champion training points to get those 2 to 6 stars. Plus you get the Lady Mikage fusion. So all told, you're talking about like 80,000 points or something ridiculous. It's a lot. So I would definitely wait for the next PRCVC, which is only a week away, right? The next one is a PRCVC, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. So you don't have to wait too long. Hey, Lumac, good to see you. Okay, so today is Takeover Tuesday, and although there's stuff going on my account, I guess nothing too super exciting. I do kind of like this idea of the Awaken boosts here, so I might pull those at some point in the near future. But I don't buy Immortal Soulstones. I only buy the mortal ones. In fact, I did just get 2 souls this week, which were valuable. I got a 5-star Ragash soul, which I debated long and hard about whether I was going to spend on this or not, and I did. And, the additional 75 accuracy is really nice. The higher target threshold for this particular blessing for Soul Reap is really nice. I almost didn't because it's 100 of the essences, and I'm like, man, you know, but I don't know who I would 6-star next, honestly. Like, the only other champion is Mezimel, and they don't show up in the shop anyway. You know, I've seen many 6-star Nier Gigante Archer Souls, but the value going from, I think, 5 to 6 it's significant, but it's not overwhelming for her, I don't think, which is hard because I love her, and I do think if I had the 6-star soul, man, she'd be even better for me. I would probably change her blessing at that point and kind of change my build a little bit and go for a different kind of thing. But you know, like I would. Oh, so the second soul I got a 3-star soul here on Newt. Now I had a 2-star soul, so I bought the 3-star soul, and the 3-star soul does give me 600 extra defense, so that's significant for him. But even more than that is now I'm only 1 star away from the 4-star soul, and that's really what I need on. I want to get him to the 4-star soul so I can get that extra 38% crit damage, because his build is nice, right? You can see his build is nice, but it's not overwhelmingly nice. Like, all right, I'm just shy of 5k defense, and that's with the extra 600. And 258 crit damage, which is not bad. 490 accuracy is not bad. I do, you know, I've thought about, like, so I used to have him in Relentless, and then I had to change him from Relentless because I was speed tuning him. But, you know, I could still go out there and get more speed with Pinpoint, potentially, if I could find the right Pinpoint. Like, giving up this amulet would be tough, right? Oh, I can still elevate this a little bit. How much more can I get? I can get another 4% crit damage there, so that would help. But I don't think I pulled a 6. Oh, I did pull this one, but it doesn't have accuracy, right? I don't think I pulled any crit damage amulets with accuracy in this. Just this 5. So, you know, that's a little tricky. So I would have to swap out his blood shield ring, which I don't really want to swap out. So maybe the banner. Maybe I could swap out the banner. This is a roll up this banner. See. All of these stats are good, but I'd love speed. I need at least 1 speed, if not 2 speed. Oh, that was a 6. Let's get another 6. Come on. Okay, so that's pretty good. Let's send that. See if we hit accurate. No, but we could always try with Dust to re-roll that. So potentially that would be a nice swap. I am going to lose 6 speed there, roughly. But if I get to the 2-star, the 2-piece bonus, I'll get that back. So maybe I'll swap out the Blood Shield Ring. Because Blood Shield Ring is really only usable for, or only necessary against Scarab. Hey, John Hudson. Hey, David. Why? Great CC collab with the Master Kraken Big Papa. Yeah, he is fun. He's fun. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, Silver Bullet. You end up having to use Immortals to reach the Prism Crystal. Pulled all 7 of them. Oh, so there's a Prism Crystal that you were going for. Is it here? No, this is artifact enhancement, so I'll have to do some artifact enhancement today. Soul Chase. There it is. So you were going for this 1,000 points. 1,000 points is a really high total. It's a really high total in a Soul Chase tournament. I'm always shooting for this Void Shard, and I often don't get it. So I don't have a ton of Soulstones saved up. I don't know if they're... Let's see, are there Soulstones out here in any of these events or tournaments that I could go after? Because the event is going on for a couple of days. And Devil Turn Attack. There's one up here if I wanted to chase this. Which I might. I might chase that. I've got a day and a half left. I could chase that. I could probably clear this whole thing if I wanted to. Just takes energy and time. Spider Tournament. Nope. I wouldn't mind the 4-star chicken, though, so I'll probably finish that off. Yeah, this Romantic mission is just nasty. I hate the mission. But I do want to get these 2 legendary homes. So anyway, that's a quick breakdown of what's going on my account, I guess. I don't chase progressives. I'm still saving up shards. I got some healthy totals. And we'll just keep saving. We'll just keep saving. Yeah. I'm doing all right Doom Towers are both cleared. I do have to do my secret rooms. So I'll have to get to that before the Doom Tower disappears in 3 days. Cursed City, pushing pretty hard in hard mode this week, or this month. So I haven't missed any days, I don't think. I don't think I've missed any keys yet. I usually miss keys. I frequently miss keys. So here, what I typically do is I clear all 101 stages of normal, most rotation. Last rotation, I think I was able to do it. In hard mode, I sometimes get bottlenecked here somewhere on this island. Like, I won't be able to get through and break into the big island back here.
Smiley face.
I forget what
Good
this is
to
called.
see
Soul
you.
Cross. I guess Soul Cross. So sometimes I get bottlenecked here, but often I'm in good shape. See, Christy, thank you. Good to see you too. I appreciate the support. That's awesome. I'm upset it didn't I'm upset it didn't say anything. Text to speech is on, I believe. Let me double check that. But thank you so much. I do appreciate it. How good is Hernding? Very good. I want him badly. That's a champion I've always wanted. If you get him early on an account, he's just a beast. If you get him late game, like he might be redundant to other champions that you have, but he's still very good. Civic, congrats, man. Clearing Amius on hard for the first time is difficult. I've only cleared him twice on hard. Now, I will say I've only failed him once, I think. I just don't do, like, I forget. I'm focused on other things and I don't get around to it because sometimes it takes a couple hours to do. It's kind of like doing a Hydra key, like you just leave it to the last minute and then sometimes you forget. So that's unfortunate, but that's a big accomplishment to clear Amius on hard. Elva is huge, Ace. Elva's a great champion. Oh, you heard it. All right, that's awesome, Christy. I'm sorry. I don't know that I didn't hear the ding for whatever reason, but I'm glad you heard it. You pulled Raglin, not sure whether to build her. I already have lots of revived champs. Yeah, Raglin is like, she was very good back in the day. I've pulled her as well, and I didn't build her. It's not that she's bad. She can certainly be used in certain cases. She's got the best single target revive in the game. It's on a 2-turn cooldown, 75% HP, full turn meter. This is the best single target revive in the game. Nobody else has a 2-turn cooldown on a, revive with full turn meter. It's insane. So because of this, you can still find uses for her in some places. She does have a triple hit on the A1 that fills turn meter of random allies by 15%, which is really weird, but it's usable in Fire Knight. So if you're still looking for, more hits, I guess, more A1 hits to break the shield, this could help. Also gives you a little bit of turn meter. Her A2 is a cleanse on all allies, and it heals everybody. The heal is proportional to this champion's attack, which is so weird. This skill needs to be reworked. Now that they are buffing champions again, I'm hoping she gets a slight rework, brings her back in line with what's currently going on. Her stats are fine. They're not awesome, but they're not bad. And she is Void Affinity. She does not feel like a Void Lego to me. She feels like an old school, just regular Lego to me. But you can certainly find a use for her if you need what she brings, right? Like, and this AoE cleanse is not, like, that's a hard skill to find, so plus a heal. So could you use her in a place like Hydra? Probably in a budget Hydra team. Like, if you have, she's not budget, but I mean, like in a normal or a hard mode Hydra, she'd probably be pretty good. You could certainly use her in, like I said, Fire Knight. Use her against several Doom Tower bosses. So yeah. Okay, so let's talk about takeovers. We're doing takeovers today, so if you haven't done this before, just a quick rundown. Oh, I have a sneeze coming. Hang on. As soon as you acknowledge it, they go and hide, and it's going to come back, and I'm going to sneeze right into the microphone. I know it. So I'll apologize in advance. But okay, so if you haven't done a takeover with me before, you have to become a member of my Discord. In my Discord server, you just want to scroll down until you see a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. Now, the Wheel of Takeover has a little message there, and it says, react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. Just react. You can react once or 100 times. You're only entered once. But react to that message. You can start doing so now because I've already cleared it for today. So all of those reactions should be current reactions. We'll spin the wheel, and whoever the wheel picks is the winner. You can only win once every 90 days. So if you have won in the last 90 days, please do not react to the wheel. Because if you get picked, then we got to figure it out, and that's a problem. If you're not sure if you've won in the last 90 days, just look at your DMs with me, and Discord timestamps them so that you can see when you last won. Now, if you do win, you want to make sure you have your email address and password handy so that you can just, I will DM me back with your login information. I'll log into the account. We'll get that rolling. I'll also give you a role so you can join me in the voice channel that I'm hanging out in. So you want to mute the stream, okay, so you can hear me in real time because there is about a 10-second delay on the live stream. You won't be able to talk to me, but you will be able to DM me any requests you have for the takeover, so you can just let me know what kind of takeover you want. That's the whole spiel. I should like record that one time and then just have a button to push and have it play because it's a mouthful. It's a lot to say every time. But that is basically it. If you have any questions, let me know. Joseph, thank you. My back is doing better. It's not 100%. I still haven't gotten the results of my MRI yet, but I have to schedule a follow-up with my doctor, and it's been kind of crazy. So I'm trying to schedule that soon, and then we'll figure out if there's anything structurally going on that needs to be addressed, or if I just keep doing the PT. Got plenty of physical therapy lined up for the next couple of weeks, and I'm feeling a little bit stronger. It's helping with my posture a little bit and pain. So that's good. Baby is awesome. He's got 4 teeth. He's got 4 teeth. 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom, and he likes to bite, and it hurts now. It hurts now. So, yeah, so he's doing absolutely awesome. He's huge. I mean, he started off huge. He's still huge. Super tall. He's a big baby. But he's just such a chill, fun dude. Like, he's awesome. He's my favorite. So I appreciate you asking about it. What should you build for Thor? Thor is all about damage. If you're building a Thor, I'll show you my Thor. Let's see. How's my Thor built? Yeah, my Thor is still in lifesteal from my my spider hit solo video back, whatever that was 2 months ago. I would probably shoot to get him, depends where you're going to use him. If you're going to use him PvP or PvE. If you want to make him like a solo spider champion, I actually think lifesteal is still good for him. But you could certainly go with a Merciless set on him. So if you can get him in Merciless, right? The thing about Merciless is if you can get to this 6-piece, you get the 35% ignore defense. You get all the attack, the speed, and the crit damage, plus the 30% chance to refresh his cooldown, or not refresh his cooldown, but reduce his cooldown by 1 when he deals damage, which is every skill. He has 3 damaging skills. If you can get him all the way to 9-piece, that's pretty cool. Another option could be you could do like 4-piece Merciless and like 4-piece Relentless or something and try to get extra turns that way. There are all sorts of cool ways to build him. You could certainly go like Lethal and Cruel. There's no saying you shouldn't do that. I think Merciless is the best damage set in the game right now, so honestly, that's how I would go. It's helpful to have accuracy on him, though. So if you're struggling with accuracy, you could think about Feral, Perception, and Pinpoint. Those are all good. And if you are using him in PvP, then Pinpoint could be really good. Because you get this, you get the Intercept, and he lays down debuffs. So he's got a chance to get sheep. So this would prevent the sheep. Plus give you the accuracy and speed. But again, you're trying to get the damage. As far as like my stats are concerned, if you just look at my stats, let's see my stats. Yeah. So you can see he's got about 6,000 attack with 279% crit damage. I'm over on the crit rate, but I think that's because I hit on these gauntlets on crit rate, and I just didn't want to rebuild and go back down. I've also got a mythical triple roll here, which is that's the only one I've ever done on my account. So I figured, if I ever rebuilt him and took him out of the lifesteal, then I would worry about that crit rate and bringing it back down to where it needs to be. But Helm Smasher, for arena and stuff like that, and for wave clear, not as good against bosses, but I use him as wave clear. And then Nature's Wrath is a really nice blessing. Increases crit damage for every debuff they play successfully, and he places slows and and stun, not decreased defense, slows and stun. So he gets those. But I, with a 5-star blessing, I could certainly swap over to Crushing Rend. Like that's also something I could potentially do. I don't know. I haven't rebuilt him yet, so when I rebuild him, I'll think about that. Okay. Yeah, knee surgery can be a lot. I'm hoping this doesn't take back surgery, but if it does, it does. That's just something you got to deal with as you get older, I guess. Should I pull all of my shards when I'm 2 in Mercy or save for next week? If you want a progressive champion and you're 2 into Mercy on, let's say, your Sacred, and you're like, I really want Thor or Astrid or Brogni or whoever, Glycad, then you could pull here. Remember that like your progressive chance is still just a 15 times chance. That's better than nothing. But you're probably still not going to hit the champion you want, right? You're going to hit a champion. Now, the other option for when you're close to Mercy is trying to wait for a guaranteed champion. I'm sorry, not a guaranteed champion. What am I talking about? Oh, I'm sorry, 1+1. That's the one where it's like then you maybe if you're in Mercy, you can pull 1 shard and get 2 legendaries, like boom, boom. You know what I mean? That's really valuable. Not a guaranteed champion. I don't know what I was thinking. So progressive chance is pretty good. 1+1 is really good, but you never know when those are going to pop up. Oh, I've got a remnant summon. I'll wait for a champion. I'll wait for a champion chase. But it's nice to have a remnant summon. This is actually where I got my Mezamel from. I got her from a remnant summon. I didn't get her from a shard. I still have not hit on a primal shard. I've gotten 1 legendary from primal shards, and I've gotten all the others are just rares and epics and no mythicals. I just bit. But okay. So let's see how we're doing on the reactions. Oh, we got a ton of reactions. Okay. I think people are raring to go. So let's get this party started. It is 2 p.m. right now. Perfect time to spin the wheel. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Good luck to all of the entrants. I hope you get what you need. I got that song. There you go. People reacting with the wheel while it's thinking. I do not know how to say that name. I don't know if it's J and then a last name or if it's JC. I don't know. So I'm just going to call you JC. I'm going to call you JC. Congrats. I do pretty well with names, but that is not one I would care to take a stab at. Julian. There we go. Okay. So it is. All right. So I'm going to call you JC or Julian. congrats. Let me just shoot you a DM. You can DM me back your login. And then I will also give you a role so you can join me in the voice channel. All right, so you now have the role. You can go ahead and join me in the voice channel whenever you are ready. Oh, I'm actually in the wrong channel. Sorry. Now I'm in the right channel. Coaching voice. You can come and see me. Ready. Let me log out of my account here. All right. Let me know what kind of takeover you are thinking about. And again, you can join me in the channel called The Coaching Voice if you want to. And then you can mute the stream and you'll hear me in real time. All right. What kind of takeover you're looking for today? As you think about that, I'm going to do a quick overview like we normally do. We are level 72. Daily login is 149 days. You're working on your Lordly Legionary, which you'll get tomorrow. You do have 5 Immortal Soulstones. Pretty cool. And 60 Mortal Soulstones. So you've got a good pack there that lets you get a couple of resources. Nice. Now let's take a look at the Great Hall. Not bad. Not bad. You're working on the Great Hall. You are in gold 4. Let's check out the roster. So we are looking at 26 stars. Let me actually change camera so get a little bit less of me on the screen. Myself. So if we look at gear, you can see the stats because I always forget. You've gotten your Gretel Hagbane. Congrats. You got your Freya, which is awesome. Got your Arbiter, Geomancer, Deacon. It's a good looking account. I mean, I like your 60s. You got your Duchess, which I still don't have. So that's pretty fantastic. Go ahead and look at. Let's look at your epics. Got a Seeker and a Royal Guard and an Eldor and a Stag Knight and a Doom Priest, a Mordecai. You got a lot there. Morag. Genbo. Dur is good for faction crit. Got a second copy of Eldor. Got an old Hermit Jor. Got your second Ilsinia. Sanguinia, very nice. Yeah, Venom Mage, awesome. Looking good so far. Looking real good. For 150 days, looking fantastic. All right, let's see what kind of takeover you're looking for. General coaching, mostly tag arena, trying to push silver. Okay. All right, so arena's a little bit tricky because I'm sorry, arena is not tricky. 3v3 arena is a little tricky, right? Because it really takes 12 decent champions. And that's just a lot, right? That's a lot when we're talking about the fact that you have, 20 6-star champions. So if we're just looking at these champions, do we have 3 arena teams out of these champions. And I think you have two good ones. I think you probably have two good ones. And you have, some of the makings of a third, but you don't really have three. So we could look at, your other champions who are like, are any of these 50s going to help you get there? I like Seeker. Seeker could help you get there, maybe. What about if we looked at the Master Vault? I mean, Stag Knight's not bad for Arena, but I don't think that's what you're missing. Let's go ahead and look at your 3v3. Yeah, you've got Duke the Pierce, so Stag Knight's not critical. Okay, so let's look at this first team here. So this top team is Duchess led with a lot of support, right? You've got a decreased defense, but you've got a mini cleanse there. You've got the full cleanse with the block debuffs on Freya. You've obviously got the provoke from her. So like this is a pretty good team. This is going to be a very defensive team. You've got the AoE Reviver. So if your Duchess is tanky enough, and if your Freya is tanky enough, and you pick your targets carefully, this may be a very good team. This team may do very well for you. It kind of sits in between go first and go second teams. So you're going to go faster than most go second teams, but you're probably going to be slower than most go first teams. But I like that team. I think that team is decent, depending on how hard your ninja hits. But if the ninja doesn't hit too hard, that's still okay, because you got the AoE revive, you got all of the extra stuff. You've got the emergency, like, save a life kind of thing from Freya. And you do have two revivers in case Ugo is the last to revive. She's like an emergency reviver. She's never a reviver, really, but that's not bad. Your go first team here, that's the second team, pretty good. I like this team as well. You've got turn meter fill, increase attack, turn meter fill, decrease defense, buff strip, nuke. That's beautiful. Depending on how fast your champions are, this is a perfectly built go first team. So gorgeous. So this is what we're talking about, right? Like, you have probably two good teams, and now this third team is going to be the struggle. So, if we're thinking about this one, it's like, do we have enough turn meter fill to really have a second go first team? And do you have enough gear to make the second go first team fast enough to get where you need to go? And the answer is probably not. Probably this team doesn't win very often. You do have a decreased defense. I think, let's see, Gizcard gives you an increased defense, right? He does have an AoE provoke. He gives you an increase. Oh, he also gives an increased attack. Okay, and then your Filja could certainly be hard hitting enough. I think her multipliers are decent. I've never built her for Arena, but so like from a theory standpoint, this isn't bad. The biggest issue being that you don't have a second turn meter filler. So is it worth trying to build a second go first team with your high Katoon? And is she fast enough? Here she's at, what's that, 211? Obviously if you take her up to 6 stars and you get a banner, if you have a pinpoint banner that happens to have speed on it, you could maybe get another 20 speed or 30 speed. And that would be okay. But I would say for a go first team in Silver Arena, you're looking at a minimum of probably about 270 or 280 speed on your fastest champion. That would be my guess. Maybe you could get away with like a 250 if your other go first team is a lot faster. And you're like, I'm just going to go into kind of slow teams here, and you could do that. But this team, while the theory kind of works, it's all relying on everybody being close together in speed, because you have one turn meter fill. It's only 15%. So, one thing that obviously you could think about is Gretel going to be a harder hitter for you? So once you get her going, is her AoE just going to hit harder than Filja? So that's one idea. You can get some extra value out of that. But the second thing I would be looking for is a second turn meter filler. That's really probably what you're going to need. And that may mean you lose something else. Like we have the decreased defense from Duke Pierce. We have the increased attack from Gizcard. But we may not be able to bring both of them in if we bring another increased attack champion or a decreased defense champion. One champion that I did notice that you had was Seeker. So Seeker could replace Gizcard, right? He's going to give you 30% turn meter fill. I'm sorry, this. He's going to give you 30% turn meter fill plus that increased attack that Gizcard is currently giving you. So if you run him fast, you can run him faster than Haikatun, you can run him slower than Haikatun, as long as they're both pretty fast. Then this would actually be a way to give you that second turn meter fill without losing anything significant for a go first team. Now, Gizcard gives you that, that provoke. He gives you other stuff, which is flexible, which is nice. I think he's a good champion. But if you're trying to go for a go first team, I would probably go for Seeker. Your other option, you actually do have another option who's not bad, who you might build anyway. Actually, you have two. You have Gorgorab. Gorgorab gives you a nice speed aura in arena. It's actually better than Haikatun. Plus, he gives you turn meter fill plus increased attack. So he could replace Gizcard. So that's a second option. So you have Seeker, you have Gorgorab. And then you do have a third option, I believe I saw down here, Old Hermit Jorg. Now, Old Hermit Jorg also has the increased attack plus a 20% turn meter fill. So slightly better than Gorgorab's turn meter fill. He's also a reviver. Gorgorab's got the better overall kit because he's got the speed aura and stuff like that. You're not going to have that. And he's got an AoE revive, whereas Old Hermit Jorg has a 2 random revive. But the reason I'm mentioning him is because you might want to bring him up for the Orcs faction crypt anyway. And so getting him to 50 or Gorgorab to 50 at the very least will give you another turn meter filler with increased attack that allows you to get Gizcard out of the team and potentially get a better go first team in that spot. So you're close. I think you're doing the right things. Like all of these teams look good to me. Obviously, as you play them, you can say, you could pick your targets, like, is this a good target for me to go into or not? So I kind of like this target for this team. This target, like, so if I were going to, go into this target, like, is Haikatun going to be faster than this Wukong team? Probably not. But is she going to be faster than this Trunda team? Yes, she should be. She should be. I can't say with 100% certainty that she is, but she should be. Or she could be faster than this team, almost definitely. So it's like, where do I put each team? It kind of depends on your weakest team, right? Who's your strongest team? Who's your weakest team? How fast are you? Let's go ahead and look at your Arbiter for a second. Like, how fast is your Arbiter? Not bad. 297. So this is a pretty good go fast team for where you are in 3v3 arena, right? It feels like, just based on my recent experiences with Pinpoint coming out, like the speed levels have raised again. And so this probably isn't a beautiful speed for Gold 5 arena. It's probably okay. My guess would be you lose a fair amount of the speed races in Gold 4. Is that true? Like when you're in just classic arena. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. We'll just run that out. Let's see. So yeah, so Haikatun won here. And Filja did not do her AoE. So you swap to the Duchess to help you. Like, so if the team is going fast, yeah. So that's the problem with, like, if you have a go first team that can't go first, then the team is basically a liability. right? And I apologize for this here. Let's go ahead and skip. Let's see. We should hopefully win the other two. I think I had them up. Yeah, so it's like, you know, if you're struggling with gold 4 with your arbiter being fast, then how does that translate to 3v3 arena where you're trying to push silver? I would say gold 1 in live arena. I'm sorry, not live arena. Gold 1 in 3v3 is probably harder than gold 5 in classic. I would say that's true. I would say gold 5 in classic arena feels like it's about silver 2 or silver 3, somewhere around there. Probably about silver 3. That feels fairly comparable. So that means that where you are with your arbiter, you're probably fast enough to get into silver 1. But again, you know, you'd want to be looking for more speed there if you can. Let me just manual this to get through. Ooh. This is all right. So let's see what this team is. So it's basically Elva is the problem. Once Elva's dead, the rest of the team is not a problem. But we got to make sure we get around to the revive. Want the block debuffs up. So also Archmage Helmet's a little bit of an issue here. She only has a single target revive, right? So what I might do is just go ahead and try to wreck as many of these champions as possible. She's going to cleanse here, probably. It's like a provoker. That would be. Go ahead and AoE. There we go. There we go. Okay. Go first. You know, here. Oh, we've got a skull crown. Unfortunately, I didn't look. Oh, but the block debuffs buff. Perfect. And there you go. All right. So that worked. Sorry about that. But again, we're seeing, you know, that first team is a weak, right? Because it's not quite enough of anything just yet. I do think Haikatun can work as a lead. Like, she can work as a speed lead, but you need a second turn meter filler, preferably somebody who's more than 15%, right? Because if she's 15% and then your next champion is 15% turn meter fill, then the speeds for your nukers have to be really high. So I would probably, like, let's go to Classic Arena for a second. And let's just go ahead and build a team. So if we're going to build a team here, oh, I just noticed you had Deacon. Okay, so you have Deacon. But you're using Deacon. No, I knew that. You were using Deacon in this team. Yeah. Okay. So so let's say we stuck with the Haikatun as the lead. And then go into Seeker. And then the question becomes, do you have a good decreased defense champion? We know we have Duke the Pierced. I think he probably stays. Right? And then is your third nuker Bilja or Gretel? It'll probably end up being Gretel, right? she's probably going to hit harder. Depends on the speeds that you build, but either one. So I think this team is slightly better, and I would just, you know, like for a go first team, this is going to be a better option. But again, the big thing that you have to do is you have to push your speed. So let's just real quick take a look at your speeds. Now, Supersonic is fine. Like, Supersonic is not a bad set. You've got 3 pieces to get the extra speed. But you really want the 4-piece set if you're going to... You really want the 4-piece set if you're going to run Supersonic. So let's just take a look at the Supersonic here. So it would have to be a chess piece or a glove. How you doing on silver? Doing okay on silver. Let's just roll this up. You've got an artifact enhancement event going on anyway. Okay. So this is actually not a bad piece. It's got less speed though, right? We're giving up too much speed there. What about this one? This one's close. Take that up. Get speed here. We're only giving up 1 speed there. If you glyph this, that gets you to the 4-piece. And then we could potentially, maybe we could find a faster speed. That's 15 speed, so probably not. Now we could go looking to strip somebody's... So High Katoon would be giving away 1 speed here. So and this is got accuracy. So you could potentially do that and that, right? Did I do that right? That would give you the 4-piece. Why is that not counting speed? All right, so if we do this, why is it taking off 5 speed? Should also... So you could definitely roll up some of these and try. So I guess this has a big glyph. Yeah, it's got a 5. Okay, that's... So this, and then when we swap out the chess piece, the chess piece is speed 10. This one has 9. So then once you reglyph these two, I think you end up with a very similar speed. I don't think you've actually gotten faster, but you've gotten the 4-piece bonus, which fills this champion's turn meter by 2% for each buff on each enemy. So that might be valuable. The other option is just to go pure speed, right? Get out of Supersonic. You could try Righteous if you have any fast Righteous pieces. I don't know if you do. It doesn't look like you do, but maybe, yeah. Maybe you've got more forge materials. You could certainly try that, or just go, you know, like roll up all of your divine speed pieces, roll up all of your speed pieces, and try to go just as fast as possible. I don't know. It looks like you've rolled up most of it. So there are some pieces at the bottom that have not been rolled. What I'll say is this. if you're primarily using Arbiter for a Go First Arena team, the stats on her chest piece and her glove and stuff like that don't really matter that much, right? You don't like if she's running a crit damage gauntlet like this, who cares, right? If it's got a triple speed roll and it's giving you, 16, 17 speed or whatever, it's like, then that's what matters because all you need to do is beat the other team to the punch. The faster your Arbiter is, the more likely you win the speed race. If you use her in PvE, then accuracy and tankiness matter, right? But if you're not using her in PvE, then only speed matters. So, it's up to you. Now, I don't use my Arbiter in PvE much anymore. I used to. Every once in a while, I'll still throw her in there just to see if the speed, like against Dark Fae, like I'll use her or something like that. But yeah, and again, if you could get, if you had a supersonic, let's see, actually, this could actually work. Let's see if you have supersonic. No. If you get a supersonic banner, right? Or if you have a good, you don't. But if you get a supersonic banner, then, potentially you could actually get the additional 10% speed here as well. So that's actually something to think about, right? So that would get you more speed. But all I'm saying is, like, if you're not using her in PvE, then it doesn't really matter. I do think accuracy matters on her a bit because of her A2. So this, has a chance to decrease the duration of enemy buffs by 1 turn. So this is potentially a way to, like, at least reduce the duration of Stone Skin sometimes, or to strip, like a 1-turn buff that's up. So yeah, I think, the focus has to be, if you want to improve 3v3 arena, for you, it's going to be to improve your speed champion, right? And I run 2 go first team. In my 3v3 arena, I run 1 go second team and 2 go first team. You may end up going the other direction. You may end up going 1 go first team and 2 go second teams when you pick up good go second champions. But I think right now what you're trying to do with the 2 go first teams makes the most sense. And I would say just keep building in that direction. Haikatoon's going to be faster at 6 stars. She's not a bad 6-star champion. Certainly not bad for Faction Crypts and Doom Tower and a couple other places. So you could, think about 6-starring her. You don't necessarily have to book her out, right? Because she just needs the speed from the banner. So yeah, I think that's likely it. I don't know if you're going to end up using Seeker. Like, sometimes Seeker gets absorbed into a clan boss team, and as a result, he runs slow. So if that's a plan where you're going to use Seeker in a clan boss team and you can't run him at 250 or 270 speed, then you have to think about another turn meter filler, and that's why we were talking about like Gorgarab or Old Hermit Jorg, or even Apothecary. Like, all of those champions are, give you another turn meter fill. I don't like Apothecary as much because he doesn't give you the increased attack, right? Old Hermit Jorg and Gorgarab do. But he's a budget option that's also useful in other places. So. Okay, so any questions about the 3v3 arena? Hey, Dark, good to see you. Been a minute. Yeah, Leah, I agree. It's definitely, it definitely depends on your roster. So if you've been lucky enough to collect a very good Classic Arena team, you only need 1. You can get to Gold 5 and be very, very far away from like Silver 3v3 Arena. But what I'm saying is, in terms of like the speed of a Go First team, right, and the construction of a Go First team, I think that team that's going to get you to Gold 5 Arena, how is it going to do? It's probably going to get to about Gold 2. I'm sorry, not Gold 2, Silver 2 and 3v3. Gold 5, Classic Arena, is a silver 2 3v3 arena in terms of the stats. Now, you need 3 of those teams. So I'm not saying that you're going to, like, if you're in Classic 5, you should be in Silver 2. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that go first Arbiter team, right? If it's comfortably keeping you in Gold 5, then it will comfortably perform in Silver 2. That's what I was trying to say. But yeah, building 3 teams is hard. Building 3 teams is hard. Hey, Darn, good to see you. All right, so what's next? Not sure how to build Freya yet. Is she good with damage or just support? You got wrecked in live by a Freya, hitting pretty hard. So this is a champion that came out like past the point where I needed her. Right? Oh, I'm sorry, Freya, not Filja. Freya. Okay. Is she good with damage or just support? Okay, so sorry about that. Freya. So Freya has 1 hit. It has decent multipliers. Her A1 actually hits decently hard. And I have heard players say that you can build her for damage and she does well. She is not a damage dealer. What I think when people say that is what they mean is she hits hard for a support champion, for a tank. She hits hard. And there are champions like this. Helikath is a good example. He hits pretty hard. He can actually hit really hard. UDK can hit really hard if you build him to nuke. Okay? Their multipliers are good, but their kit doesn't make them a great nuker. Right? So here's the thing. If you build her for damage, she will still cleanse and block debuff you. She'll still give you the turn meter fill. She will still give you the increased defense and the shield, even if she is built for damage. Right? So you could, in fact, build her with 100% crit rate and a decent amount of crit damage, as long as you can still get some decent defense and speed on her. And she could be very good. I will say this. If you're building her for damage, either she's going to be extremely stat hungry, or you're going to have to give something up. So, for instance, her provoke needs accuracy, but it's the only thing that needs accuracy. Nothing else needs accuracy in her kit. So, do you want the provoke to land? Because if you do, then you also need accuracy. So now you need crit rate, crit damage, defense, accuracy, and speed. You need 5 stats. That's a lot for any champion. Most champions, you primarily focus on 2 stats with a third one being like supplementary. So it's usually a 3-stat kind of thing. Think about like Artak. Like Artak is an AoE HP burner, right? So we look at him and this is a similar situation. This is why I'm thinking of the champion. So he needs accuracy for his HP burn. If his HP burn doesn't land, then his kit is kind of useless. So he needs accuracy for his debuffs. He needs speed, just like everybody needs speed. And then he needs HP, not only for survivability, but for damage, because he's an HP-based damage dealer. But he really needs HP for survivability, right? So those are his 3 stats. However, you can also build him to be direct damage. You can build him with 100% crit rate and crit damage. And now, again, you're up to 5 stats. So just like Freya, you can decide, are you going to build her for damage and then give away something? Or are you going to build her for everything else and give away the provoke? Are you going to build her for the provoke and give away the damage? It's really up to you. I would say, you're in a situation where your gear probably isn't good enough to make your Freya hit really hard and do all of the other things. That would be my guess. I might be wrong. But like right now, if we look at her, like she's got 206 accuracy, which is a bit low for her provoke. Honestly, that's a bit low for PvE or PvP. She doesn't have the crit rate and the crit damage. So she's not hitting hard. She does have good defense. She's got almost 5,000 defense. That's very nice. Her HP is okay. Like her HP is significantly lower than her defense, like would be comparable, I think. So I would say for 5k defense, you'd probably like a comparable amount of HP would be somewhere around 60k, something like that. I think of it as about 12,000 HP per 1,000 defense. That's just my personal conversion in my head that I try to use. I used to think of it as 10, like, 5,000 would be 50,000. But really, HP is more valuable, and it should be valued higher, even on a defensive-based champion. Now, you could also have resistance on a cleanser. So she could literally take up HP, defense, speed, crit rate, crit damage, resistance, and accuracy. It's like, that's crazy. It's insane to get those all to high level. So often you just have to think about what is it a champion like this is going to do for you. Obviously, your masteries are going to help you with the stats a little bit. You could build her if you want those accuracy. If you want the accuracy to land, you go down the accuracy. I often think Laura Steele is a nice way to get some extra stats onto a champion, so that's always good. You could go with Cycle of Magic to get that, cleanse, that block debuffs up more often, or the increased defense. You could go the defense route, absolutely. You could go defense or resistance, because she's both. She's both. Again, how are you going to use her? It's not a bad idea to get counterattacks on her, right? Because then she's got more chance of provokes. But if you're going down the defense tree, you are probably going for these counterattacks. And if you're going for the counterattacks, that means you need accuracy. Because without the counterattacks, without the accuracy, the provokes on the counterattack don't land. Unless you're going for counterattacks for damage, in which case you would go defense and offense. And then you need to try to get, damage on her that way. So you need methodical, and then you're probably going down maybe for Helm Smasher, or maybe for War Master, depending on if you're going to use her in boss fight. I would probably go War Master because I think she's great in Hydra. So Freya is one of these champions, like Artak, and there are others, who can be used in so many ways that there's like, if you're asking for my advice, how would I use her, like in general? Like, how would I tell everybody to build her? There's no answer for that. I could look at your account and say, how do I think she's going to fit in the best? Right? And what I would say is, if we look at your provoked champs, you're doing okay. You've got at least 2 good provoked champs that I'm looking at. You actually have 4 good provoked champs that I'm looking at besides Freya. Gizcard's got an AoE provoke. It's a 75% chance, I think, right? So that's not bad. You've got Duke the Pierce, who has a 100% chance on 2 targets, not an AoE, but it's a place, so it doesn't weak hit. You've got Husk, who's got a provoke on his A1. It's a low chance, 40%, but he's also an HP enemy max HP nuker with a AoE stun. So he's good for Hydra. And then you've got Seeker, who's got that provoke on the A1 that does have a 50% chance of landing. And he gets so many turns that can be really valuable. So I think, for instance, if you're using Gizcard as a provoke champion for Hydra, you want to back him up with an A1 provoke champion, and you have Husk, Seeker, and Freya all in that role. Right, so Gizcard and Duke the Pierce should be on different teams. Yizzo has a single target provoke. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. I don't consider him a good provoke champ. Even with the counterattack. The counterattack, so this is something I've said before, but in Hydra, okay, so the head of decay is the head you provoke. And I want everybody to look at his A1. I'm sorry, is it the A1? Yes. It says right in here in the first line, attacks the enemy with the lowest HP. This does not get overwritten by provoke. Okay, so he will always attack the champion with the lowest HP, even if he is provoked. So if you provoke him with Freya, but Freya doesn't have the lowest HP, he's not going to attack Freya again. And so that's also the same with Yizzo, right? So if you have Yizzo, and you're like, okay, well, he's got a counterattack. He places a shield and a counterattack, let's say, on himself or on somebody else. It doesn't even matter if it's another provoke champion. But let's say he puts it on himself and then he provokes the head of decay. You would think, okay, he's going to get hit by the head of decay and then he's going to counterattack and he's going to it's not his A1. Never mind. But let's say you had the counterattack on Freya. You'd be like, okay, so Freya's going to get hit, and then she's going to counterattack and place another provoke, and you have a permanent provoke cycle. You don't. You don't unless your provoke champion is your lowest HP champion. And that's just not likely to happen with any of your provoke champions because they're all tanky. Provoke champions are naturally tanky. It's not going to happen with Husk. Husk is an HP-based nuker, right? So I guess this is attack and this is HP. But most people build him, HP, high HP. So he's not going to be your lowest. So it's like, what do you do? So I do think that, in looking at your provoke champions, you've done a decent job. Again, you've got two very good epic provokers in Gizcard and Duke the Pierce. Duke is the better one, for Hydra at least. Gizcard is the better one for wave content. But if you're building Seeker anyway for Arena, build him with enough accuracy to land that provoke in Hydra, and then probably put him with Gizcard so that they're two different affinities, so rather than Duke the Pierce doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter because his is just a place anyway. He doesn't weak hit. But you could figure that out. So as far as, if we're looking at Freya again, this is coming back to Freya. How do we use her in this roster? She is your best cleanse. I mean, you have Sanguinia, who's very good, but she's still 50. And Freya's got a 5-star soul, and she's good level 60. I mean, obviously, you need to book out Freya with the legendary tomes, which is going to be a little bit of a stretch. But it looks like everybody's basically booked to where they need to be. You don't really have to book Arbiter just yet, although if you want to get a book into her A3 at some point or her A4, those are not bad books. Will you book Gretel? Maybe. Probably not critical to do it right away. So Freya is probably the champion who pulls your books next. And so if we are looking at a positive effect of removing debuffs, you have Ugo, who removes one debuff, one random debuff from all allies. So that's a mini cleanse. You have Doom Priest, who removes one per turn. So that's very nice. And then you have Sanguinia, who has a full, removes all debuffs from all allies except this champion. And then she drops her debuffs onto the target. That does require accuracy, by the way. So that's good, but not as good because her block debuffs is on a different ability, right? So Freya does this all in one turn. So what I would say is if you're going to use her in Arena, Stone Skin makes sense. To have your cleanser in Stone Skin, that's absolutely fantastic. You can do that. If you're going to use her in PvE, I would probably just go Perception Gear. I would go 3 sets of Perception Gear. You could certainly use some Pinpoint or Feral. Like both of those would make sense. Feral might be really nice for her. Feral might be really nice for her because then she would spawn in with a block debuffs, which isn't as good as the Intercept for PvP, right? Like the Intercept is better for PvP. But for PvE, I actually think the block debuffs buff is probably better. And then you don't have to build her high resist. That alleviates some of the pressure on the stats. I would build her with a decent amount of accuracy, but again, a PvE level of accuracy. So probably 350. Like 350 accuracy is what you need for hard mode dungeons all the way up to stage 10. And that would get you through most of Doom Tower as well. And then just fast and tanky. So really you're just looking for accuracy, defense, HP, and speed. And you don't need to worry about resist, and you don't need to worry about crit rate, and you don't need to worry about crit damage. Because even just, we're talking still about 4 stats. Again, more than you normally need for a champion. But speed, defense, HP, and accuracy. And for masteries, I would, if you're going to take her into a lot of boss fights, I would say I would probably go offense. And then I would see where my gear was. And if I could get the accuracy without going in the support tree, I might go offense and defense. But there's certainly value to be had in support at Lore of Steel, Cycle of Magic. I mean, Evil Eye would be really nice on her as well. And so would Lasting Gifts. Lasting Gifts would be really nice because she gives a lot of buffs. She gives increased defense, a shield, and a block debuffs. So you're getting value there from Lasting Gifts. So it's, if you're not taking her against bosses, I would say defense and support. And defense and support will work in PvP as well. I think that would work great in PvP. Defense and support would make her very, very tanky, give her a lot of stats and a lot of utility. And I think that would be incredibly powerful in PvE and PvP. It just would cut your damage against bosses or waves. But that I think is okay. So, I mean, the other thing to consider is who else you're bringing with her, right? Like, do you need her in terms of damage? Right? You've got Thor and you've got Ninja. So you're in very good shape for damage between those two. You do have your max HP nuker in Husk. You still have Kale, who's built to 6 stars. You're going to have Gretel. She's at 6 stars. You've got Fane for debuffs and poisons. You've got Geomancer for boss killing. You've got Ninja for boss killing. It feels like you're doing okay on damage. I don't, you've got Royal Guard down here. I don't think you need your Freya to hit hard. I think you need her to be alive and to add tankiness to your team. She is, I was going to say she's the best tank on your roster, but you've got Duchess, who actually also adds an incredible amount of tankiness to your team. Right? Because with the Veils, with the perfect Veils, with the block debuffs, and with her passive, she actually gives a lot of survivability to the team. You put those two champions together, it's going to be hard for the enemy to kill you. Neither one gives healing. But shields act like heals, right? So, and then you've got Ugo, and she does give a little bit of healing. So here, if you mix in these 3 champions, it's like you've got a block debuffs, a mini cleanse, a full cleanse, a block debuffs, a little heal, an AoE provoke, a veil, a passive damage mitigation, another block debuffs buff. You've got an increased attack here as well. It's like those 3 champions make you so incredibly survivable, so tanky. You mix Geomancer in there for boss killing, and then, I don't know, Thor for wave clears. How good is that? You've got an increased defense for Geomancer, and you've got an increased attack for Thor. And you've got wave clear, wave control, everything you need to kill bosses. Like, that's a crazy good dungeon team, Like, if you could do all of the dungeons with that team. I mean, this is good too. This is not a bad team at all. But, so here we could be thinking about, instead of Claude, right, we bring in Freya. I like this because it brings a decreased defense. But we could also do a decreased defense with Ugo, who's going to give you a block debuffs. That's going to prevent the increased attack on the dragon. And it's also going to give you a mini cleanse. And it's also going to give you a little bit of heals, which we don't have, So the other option is when you do hit 180 days, you're going to get Scylla of the Drakes. You put Scylla of the Drakes in this spot, that's going to give you, you don't necessarily need the extra cleanse, right? But the thing is, she does bring the decreased defense, so maybe not. Still of the Drakes is so good in dungeons. That AoE stun against waves is incredibly helpful. The slow against bosses can be really useful. You know, I like the ninja here, but potentially you don't even... No, I would probably keep the ninja. But I was going to say you could take the ninja out for Geomancer. Except ninja's strong affinity for this particular stage. But if you get to stage 10, then you could potentially just run whoever you want. So maybe you run, maybe you run Geomancer there. You could still run ninja. It kind of depends, who's better, depending on how they're built and how it seems to work. Ninja is better into the waves, though. So if Thor's not clearing the waves for you, then Ninja's going to be better in that spot. And so, I think this small tweak would probably be really nice. Cloud is not bad. Cloud does give you some... where is it? Gives you some heals, right? Got a shield, increased speed. Heals the ally with the lowest HP. Yeah, so he gives you a little bit of heal. And the shield's not bad. The increased speed is nice. The increased speed is... one other thing to consider about a team like this, so, and this is when you experiment, when you're actually playing it out. This is why manualing can be really valuable. There's no decrease attack on this team. Right? We're talking about survivability. When the boss goes, he's got an increased attack buff, so you want to either block that or strip that. He obviously hits hard, so decreased attack would be helpful. And then you've got ways to increase the defenses of your team: shields, increase defense, and strengthen. Right? Also, block debuffs for the poisons or cleanse for the poison. So having all of that. Now, right now, the only healing available is the leech on the boss, which is not bad. Like, that can give you enough, especially if you kill him fast. And then the other thing is, can you burn through the purple bar? Right? Can you burn through that purple bar? If you're not burning through the purple bar, then maybe you want to go more defensive. Because you don't want Thor to die. You don't want Ninja to die. And so, again, I think Freya here would be a really nice option. But you could even potentially pull one of these, either Thor or Ninja, depending, and go with somebody else. You could throw in Husk here. He's got an AoE stun on his AoE nuke, which is not bad. More control. Or, like I said, you could put in like a Scylla of the Drakes there. You just put in Sanguinea. Sanguinea is great against Dragon. But it really kind of depends on which champions are built and what they're built for. So. How about King Garog for damage? He got a buff recently. And I'm assuming he hits decently hard now. It looked like his multipliers were improved, and he's got this ignore defense, which is really nice, actually, because you can push that pretty high. Plus, you can potentially have, like, Helm Smasher or Lethal or both, and you could get this to an ignore 100% defense. Like, it could push that high. You get 4 buffs on him. He's at 40% ignore defense. You've got Lethal on him. That's another 25%. You're up to 65%. Like, so you could push this really high. I don't know if he's good yet. I haven't built mine. He's probably better than he was. He actually ignores defense on the A2 as well. Nice. But, I think that champions like this are expensive to build for damage. When you have Thor, when you have Ninja, the question becomes, where does Garog benefit? Like, where does he replace these two champions? We've got Gretel built to 6 stars. So we would have to take him up to 6. And these champions are already 6. And then Thor is fully booked and Ninja is fully booked. So we would have to, Gretel's not booked yet. We could say, okay, is it worth taking King Garog up and instead of Gretel? And I would say, they're the same affinity, so he doesn't give you a benefit there. He does have that inherent ignore defense. I think he might hit harder than Gretel, and she'll end up being better if you ever pull a Hansel. But without him, then maybe Garog is slightly better. But I don't know. I don't know if that's true. But yeah, so I wouldn't. I don't think damage is really the issue here, right? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 champions focused on damage. At least. I think that's enough. 8. 9. I think there are more than enough damage dealers here who are already built. I don't think we need to push any more damage. The only damage dealer I might push would be somebody like Venom Mage, who could potentially become a solo champion. You know what I mean? Like I would push somebody who adds depth to the roster. But I don't think Garog does. And I think once Gretel's built, you've got your 3 arena nukers, right? You've got Thor, Ninja, and Gretel as your arena nukers, or Filja, right? Like, so you've got those 4 champions to pull from. And you really only need 3. So I think you're all set. So let's look at you were asking where to focus next. So let's look at all of your dungeons. So stage 6 hard mode there. Spider could use some help. Dragon, you're stage 9 hard mode, which is awesome. So if you could finish that off, that'd be great. Fire Knight, Fire Knight 20 is pretty good. If you can get to 24, it's slightly better. Sand Devils 16, so not bad. Phantom Shogun is 9. You should be able to push Phantom Shoguns with what you've got. So this would be an area where I would consider more, right? Because right now, you do have two cleansers, potentially. Even 3, because you have the mini cleanse from Ugo. And you have the cleanse from, and the block debuff buff from Freya. But you also have Sanguinius in. Hey, Ephemeral. Good to see you, buddy. Adnan, Darth Malagus, Flakes, Gemmy, Silver Bullet, Skull, Ethan Allen, the Iron Rat. Sorry if I haven't said hello to everybody. It's always tough on a Takeover Tuesday once I get into the thing. BM, Bard Games, everybody. Canal. So, here, I do think that Duchess is very, very nice because that passive damage mitigation really helps. Remember that the number of stars that you have, the number of awakened stars that you have really matters. So you have a 5-star Freya. So Freya's got to come into this team. Ninja, unfortunately, is only 2 stars, which makes him vulnerable a little bit, but I'm looking at like, who would you replace him with? And you could go like this route with 3 stars, or this route with 3 stars, or this route with 5 stars. This would make your team very tanky. And you would be relying on Thor to do the majority of the damage. And obviously you want to worry about weak hits, like affinity matter. But if we're trying to push stage 10, affinity doesn't matter. Nobody's going to weak hit. And then as you go up, you're going to find, certain stages are going to be harder than others. So I do think that, as we're looking at this, we're like, okay, Freya, obviously being magic affinity, like she's going to be potentially problematic into spirit affinity, but she's got 5 stars. So it almost is like, it doesn't matter. But what I would say is like, you might want to swap some champions depending on where you are, so it's like, maybe this is good when they're strong affinity or neutral affinity, but when they're weak affinity, you do this. So Like when Ninja's weak affinity, Loki is strong affinity, and he's got the 5 stars. Swap them in. You know, try that out. If you haven't yet, Boozor has a really nice video about Phantom Shogun, about a 2 cleanser method, a fast cleanser and a slow cleanser, and he's got the speeds all listed and everything like that. That's one really nice method that you could use, and that might also give you a little bit more direction about like how fast Freya has to be in order to make her work. She could be your slow cleanser or your fast cleanser. That does require a second cleanser, but I think you can use Ugo for it, because maybe not. Maybe you have to remove more than one debuff. Because you do have to remove the enfeeble. And there is a decreased defense that comes out. And I think there's also, block passive skills. So you might need Sanguinian. So it might be something more like this. Or even more like this. I mean, I think Thor's got the 5 stars, so you stick with 4. The question is, do you need Duchess? I mean, the passive damage mitigation is really nice, but it's only on AoEs. So maybe you do this swap, put Deacon in the lead, and then in order to give yourself more speed, you bring in that Seeker we were talking about. As Seeker's not currently here. Seeker must be in the vault. But you could bring in Seeker, or you could bring in Arbiter, gives you a lot of turn meter fill, plus an AoE revive. Which we lost when we took out Duchess. So it might, or just come back with the logo. Yeah, Geo's also an option. Geo is an option. He's only got 2 stars. Again, Sanguinia's only got 1 star. That's, a little bit worrisome. I mean, Gizcard gives you a nice bit of survivability there. Increased defense, increased attack. Again, I mean, a decreased attack is not bad. I'm also trying to look for stars, but I'm like, if you have a decreased attack, I mean, you got a Renegade with 3 stars, and if you take her up to 6 stars, up to 60 at any point, she could be very good. Oh, Seeker is there. He's got no stars. Maybe this. But remember that, right? Like, remember that the number of stars really matters. If you're not sure why, it's down here at the bottom, I think. So this is the awakened weakness. Decreases the damage inflicted by the boss for each awakening level on the target. So 2.5% for levels 1 and 2, 5% for levels 3 to 6, stacks up to 25%. So if you can get to 3 stars, this is actually really important. 3 stars gives you 15% damage reduction. Right? Is that what it is? Or it's 5, 1, 2. So 3 would give you 10%. And you can get to 5, you're talking about 20%. 20% damage reduction in terms of the damage you take. But then it's also, more damage that you do to the target, which is going to make the rounds take fewer rounds, make the fight faster. So again, 5 stars here is going to give you 40% extra damage on that boss. And so if you're talking about the difference between like a 2-star ninja who's giving you 10% extra damage and a 5-star Thor who's giving you 40% extra damage, that's a massive difference. Plus, Ninja's taking 5% less damage, and Thor is taking 20% less damage. This is massive. It really, really matters in this fight. You don't need to beat Phantom Shogun fast. You just need to beat him consistent. Do you know what I mean? So it's like if I pull him out and I put her back in, you know, maybe this is just so tanky and it's slow and whatever, but it works. Or maybe without that second cleanser, it doesn't. You know, maybe it doesn't. Maybe I need more speed. Maybe I need more something else. But this is where, you know, this is where you have to like start to theory craft. You also have to start to look for champions that you have where you're like, okay, I need a 3-star Duchess. I need a 4-star Duchess. Let me go in here. Like, yeah, we're going to pull, you know, we're going to pull stones soon. But who goes in the wish list? You know, like you don't need Thor in the wish list. You want a 6-star on him. You want a 6-star on him. That's what you want. I get it. I get it. But maybe what you need is to get, you know, Arbiter to 2 or 3 stars. Or maybe you need to get Gretel 2 or 3 stars, you know? Maybe not. Maybe it's worth it to just take a shot at your 6-star Thor. But this is, you know, this is my point in terms of like, and same thing with the epics. Like think about good epics that you want to use a lot, like Sanguinia and Ugo, who both have 1 star. You know, and you're like, well, I really need to increase their star levels. You know, Seeker, Doom Priest, Royal Guard. These are champions that should be considered in your wish list. You know. Duke the Pierce. Okay. Let's see if there's anywhere else. How's Doom Tower going for you? Well done. Well done. Completed hard, completed normal. Awesome job. Faction Crypts. How you doing there? 465 stars. This is where you're going to struggle a little bit because of the way that you're building your roster. I mean, you're only level 72, so I don't want to say you're doing anything wrong. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. But this is what's happening is like level 50s are really great for faction crypts. They can usually push, like you only need maybe 160 and then a couple of 40s and then some 50s. You can push past the first boss or the second boss and you can get a lot. And so what you have done is really focused your efforts. You don't have a ton of 50s lying around. You got some 50s. But you really, like, if you look at it, like, okay, let's see how many 6 stars you have. You got 20. Now let's look at how many 5 stars you currently have. And you have 18. You know what I mean? So it's like you haven't overpopulated with 50s. One of the reasons is you don't have a ton of legendaries that you haven't built to 60. Because sometimes legendaries just sit at 50, but they become faction wars champions because they're natural 50, right? They're natural 5-star. But so what you can do, one thing that I would do is like, I would look here for any revivers. So there's actually a miss here because I think that so Old Hermit Jorg has a revive, but it's a skill that has to be unlocked. So when the skill is not unlocked, it doesn't show up. Right? Same thing with I think Broadmaw. No, Broadmaw is unlocked. Okay. So but so sometimes like you might look for a skill, but because it's not unlocked, you don't actually see that champion has that skill. That's just a frustrating like reality of the filter. But so if we come back here and we look for revives, so if you are struggling with Barbarian faction crypt, Jamarsa is worth taking to 50. Now you've got a reviver. It's an AoE revive. It's really nice. It's good champion. Dur is really good for Dur is Lizardman, or I think Dur is Lizardman. No, Dur is not Lizardman. Dur is heck is Dur? Demon Spawn. Yeah, thank you. Demon Spawn. Like not Lizardman, because Lizardman is Broadmoor. So Dur the Hungerer has 2 random ally revives. So this is a champion to take to 50. This is going to help you in faction crypts. So if you want to push those faction crypts, a lot of times just having a reviver at 50 and tanky, sometimes in a shield set, like that's going to be enough to get you there. Sometimes in a guardian set, sometimes in a regen or immortal set, sometimes in just resilience gear that you have sitting around, make them nice and tanky. Like these are going to be the champions that are going to get you, you know, those 3 stars as far as you can, but also push you a little bit further. So you've got Broadmaw here, 2 revives. You've got Gorgorab AoE revive for undead. So that's Lizardmen, that's undead hordes. Dur is for demon spawn. Jamarsa is for barbarians. If you're struggling, I wouldn't build Shaman for orcs. I would build Old Hermit Jorg instead. Old Hermit Jorg has a double revive. It's two allies instead of just 1. He's also got that turn meter fill and the increased attack on the A2. So I think he's better. You know, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4 plus Old Hermit Jorg is 5 more factions where a level 50 champion will push. For faction crypts, I generally say damage dealers need to be 6 stars at a certain point. Like they need the stats both to do the damage and to be survivable. So, you know, if you don't have a damage dealer in every faction, you know, if we're looking at Bannerlords, it's like, okay, Gisgard is great at 60. That's a nice tanky, you know, dude for you. Like, but do you have somebody else who's going to bring you damage? Not really. Right now, you just have tank. So it's like, okay, get Stag Knight up. He's very good. You know, and then Yasmin, Giscard, Valerie, Stag Knight, and say Rizkarm, they'll get you to, you know, if they're all 50, they'll get you to stage 14 or 15, maybe. You know, and then you come back here and you do the same thing with the high elves. Like, okay, like, oh, I have the damage dealer here because I have Royal Guard and I have Neldor, but at least one of these guys has to be 60, right? Because damage dealers just don't have enough stats at 50 for the high end of faction. You know, and then with your Arbiter, that's probably enough, honestly. Your Arbiter and like Neldor, or Arbiter and Royal Guard, or Arbiter, Royal Guard, and Neldor, probably all enough. You throw in Apothecary to speed everybody up. You throw in Ilsinia in order to give a little bit of extra tankiness with the shield and the block debuffs and stuff. Yeah, great. I think she's got a chance of stealing a buff. Like these 5 champions could probably clear this entire faction crypt. Like, but even if this Ilsinia could be at 50, and even if Apothecary could be at 50, if they're built well, I think you still need at least Neldor or Royal Guard, if not both, at 60. Because she's always going to pull them back. You know, she's going to bring them back to life when you need them. She's going to give you the increased attack to make them hit hard. She's going to give you a lot of extra stuff. But, you know, if you're going to do that, I would say get a little accuracy so she can land her A1 weekend. Probably do that at least. How's your Hydra team going? How's your Clan Boss team going? $30 million on a 1 key. I mean, 30 million on a single key of Ultra Nightmare. Not bad. Not bad. I don't think Claude gives you enough healing here to make a difference. Like, I think Ugo would be the better champion here. So I would try pulling out Claude and putting in Ugo. I know he gives you shields, but she gives you the mini cleanse plus the heals, plus the block buffs, which could potentially prevent the clan boss from getting increased attack. I think that's what you would want. Also, you know, be careful about your Feign. Let's see. Defense, crit damage. Okay, so like, you know, do you need her to just be alive, or do you, and landing her debuffs, or do you need her to do damage? Because if she's the first one to die, that could potentially be problematic. So it might be worth like switching out this crit damage gauntlet, which is a very nice crit damage gauntlet, which belongs in a full Savage set. This belongs in a full Savage set on a damage dealer like Thor or Ninja or Gretel or somebody like that. It probably shouldn't belong on a Fane in a broken set. This is too good of a piece to just be a broken set piece, right? And in the meantime, you could put her in an HP gauntlet, right, with more speed and accuracy, and she'll land her debuffs more consistently, you know, and she won't die as quickly. And so she lands that decreased attack, which is incredibly important for your team because it's a conventional team. It's not an unkillable team. That decreased attack needs to be up, you know, and she needs to not die. Once she dies, the decreased attack stops going up. And then everybody else is going to die soon after. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, okay, maybe you rebuild her here, pull this out, and then think about Ugo instead of Claude. Because Ugo gives you that block buffs, which is going to prevent the increased attack on the boss. And then she's also got the mini heal and the cleanse. And she's got a leech, which is going to give you more survivability as well, because I don't think you have a leech on your current team, you know, unless you wanted to move Deacon in, and he would give you. But so Fane only needs 250 accuracy for Nightmare Clan Boss. What's your point? You're right, but she only has 280 accuracy. Like, we're not going to trade away accuracy. You're saying it doesn't matter if, like, getting her more accuracy wouldn't help here. But getting more accuracy would help her as a boss killer in other places. She's a great debuffer for every boss in the game. And hard mode dungeons, you need more accuracy. You need up to 345 accuracy, or actually 350 accuracy, even more. But yeah, so I would keep pushing her accuracy because she's great against Dragon. She's great against, you know, she's really good against Fire Knight. You know, not Fire Knight hard, but Fire Knight. She's good against a bunch of the Doom Tower bosses. I'm not saying he doesn't need to have crit rate or crit damage here. I'm saying if she dies, there's a cascade effect because she is the decrease attack champion. This decrease attack in a conventional clan boss team helps keep your team alive. So if she dies because she is built to do damage instead of built for survivability, she doesn't bring her debuffs anymore. Her poisons drop off, her decreased attacks drop off, her decreased defense and weaken drop off. She's bringing nothing to the fight when she's dead. And once she's dead, the survivability of the team is put in jeopardy. You know, so imagine she's dying on turn 20 or 18 or something. The team is going to die 2 or 3 turns later, even with all of the tankiness. They're not going to last once this decrease attack falls off. Right? But if you could get her to last until turn 25, she keeps the team alive that whole time, and then they die at turn 27 instead of turn 20. You know, so like one change on this one champion can potentially extend the life of your team by several turns. So if she does 30% less damage personally, but the team lasts for 35% more life, they're going to do way, way much more damage than you're losing here from taking away her crit damage gauntlet. Right? You don't care about her personal damage. You care about the damage that the team does. Now, if she's surviving the entire time, just like everybody else in the team is, and they all die basically on the same turn, and her decreased attack isn't keeping everybody alive, then you're like, yeah, then just get as much damage out of her as you can. He literally doesn't, you don't need any damage from your Fane. You generally don't. She's so squishy and so hard to keep alive, right? And she brings so much to the table. Like, she does poison damage. She gives you the decreased attack to keep you alive. She increases the damage you do by giving you a decreased defense and a weaken. Do you need her to do damage? She already brings so much to the team. You only need her to do damage once all of the other things are covered and giving her damage doesn't hurt your team anymore. Right? This is the problem. Like, remember, this is a level 72 account. If you are talking about the optimal Thane would be a glass cannon who does a ton of personal damage, has the exact right amount of accuracy to land every debuff, and then goes super fast and is built in an unkillable team. So you don't care about her being a glass cannon. Like, that's the optimal Thane, like, theoretically. But for a level 72 account that's struggling with gear, trying to make your champions do too many things is generally bad. Like, it doesn't help you. She is less effective at the things that she's trying to do because she's trying to do too many things. Meanwhile, these gauntlets are insane. For this account, this is the best piece of gear we've seen. It's got attack percentage, speed, accuracy, and crit rate. It's got 10% crit rate. It even rolled into attack percentage for its ascension. This belongs on Thor. This belongs on somebody who should be built 100% for damage, right? Like, I would say even Thor, like, this might not even be great for Thor. Like, it does have some accuracy on it, so it actually fits him, or it fits Ninja because of that little bit of accuracy. It's like, maybe you can put Thor in a Savage set with 2 perception pieces and get him to where you need to be, where he can still land the decreased speed, still land his stuns when necessary, or Ninja so he can still land his HP burns and have this crazy amount of extra damage. This is a wasted piece on Thane that actually makes her worse for the job that she's really supposed to be doing, which is debuff. It gives her a little bit of extra damage, but it hurts the team. Potentially. Now, I'm not 100% sure of that because I haven't actually seen the fight play out. But my guess would be, just based on her numbers, if we look at her stats, she's got 40,000 HP, 2,200 defense. Okay, so let's call it 40 and 2.2. We'll call it 40 and 2.2, right? And now let's go look at Claude, who's also running in the team. 79 and 2.9, 2.85. So 650 or 600 more defense and twice the HP, right? So is Claude going to be the first to die on this clan boss team? No. Even with Claude's shield, right? Even with his guardian set, like, he's not going to be the first to die. What about Duchess? 91,000 HP and almost 3,300 defense. So she's not dying. You know what I mean? So when we look at this team, it's like, what's the bottleneck? What's preventing the team from doing more damage? Tanky champion, taking champion, damage dealer, right? So it's going to be Ninja or Thane. But Ninja doesn't extend Thane's life, whereas Thane extends everybody's life. She increases the damage the team does by bringing poisons, decreased defense, and weaken. She extends everybody's life by bringing decreased attack. If she is dead, she does none of those things. The 15% extra damage or 30% extra damage you get out of her per turn isn't worth her being the bottleneck, right? Let's look at Ninja. Let's look at Ninja versus Thane. $42,000 HP, 2,300 defense. So he's slightly tankier than Thane. Slightly. Right? But he doesn't increase her survivability and she increases his. He doesn't increase her damage. She increases his. I mean, he does have a decreased defense on his A1, but she's got the better debuff. Right? So, ultimately what we would like to do with him, again, he doesn't need a lot more accuracy for this, but for other bosses he will, is I'd love to see him increased in terms of, get some pinpoint gear out. Can we find the pieces that would work for him? Not really. Maybe feral. But this is what, this is one of the things I'm seeing on this particular account. I see it on a lot of accounts. I think a lot of people use the H optimizer to gear. And this is where the stats versus sets argument really starts to fail for me. It's like, this might be a really good piece, but it's not being used. It's an incredibly powerful set, and it's not being used in a set. There's no set bonus here. This Relentless set is just not being used, right? Now, this Slayer set is variable, so that's different. So it is being used, and that's great, right? But let's get him into, like, if we're going to run him in Relentless, let's run him in Relentless. If we're not going to run him in Relentless, let's take this great Relentless piece and put it on somebody who could use a Relentless set. Put it on your Seeker. Run Seeker fast, right? This is a fast crit rate, attack percentage, defense percentage, accuracy, flat defense. Put it on your Seeker. Get him in Relentless at 250 speed. He's going to do crazy things for you on your account. Or get Ninja in a full Relentless set, because he's going to do crazy things in Relentless. He deserves to be in Relentless, especially if you're not speed tuning him. Put him in a full Relentless set. And let's start collecting these pieces that work well together, that create good sets and give you good utility or good set bonus. Let's look at Savage. All right, so these are the Savage pieces, but if we go to equip, like, okay, so, is this the best gauntlet that we have? Probably. No, that's not bad, but that's the best one. Can we put together a whole, this is a really good set piece for Thor or for Ninja. So there's 1, 2. This is actually a pretty good boot. Got crit damage and accuracy. It doesn't have crit rate on it, which is a little bit problematic, but if it rolls into crit rate, might be enough. Also depends on how much crit rate we get out of this chest piece. Crit rate, crit damage, and accuracy. I mean, all of these need to be rolled up, and we need to find if we can put them onto somebody somewhere. Look at this. Look at this beautiful. This is, as a free-to-play player, this is like a god tier Savage weapon, right? Like, I would roll this up, see where it lands. If it lands into crit rate, awesome. If it lands into any of these, would be okay, right? Crit rate would probably be the best. Crit damage and speed would both be very good. Accuracy is probably the least valuable right now, but it would not be a waste on somebody like Thor or on Ninja. So we've got 1, 2, 3 pieces. Potentially we've got the boot, or we've got a couple of different shields that are options. I don't think any of the helmets really jump out to me as particularly good, because none of them have crit rates and speed on together. But that's one. So let's just look at Ninja for a second. Yeah, this is right here. Actually, let's see what Thor is in. Thor is actually in Slayer. So let's consider Ninja here. So if we do this, all right, let's do this here, do this here, and then let's go ahead and pull this one and that, and then you find, perception pieces or pinpoint pieces or feral pieces, maybe, depending on what you've got. You will need crit rate as a substat. Perception. All right, and now you can begin to see what it is that you have and what you need. This is really good. Let's roll this up. Let's see if this hits crit rate. I said at least once. Get 2. Get a double crit rate roll there. 13%, Okay, got that. Let's go ahead and do this one. We want a crit rate roll. A crit rate. I hate when they do that. Actually, it might be worth a rework. Or rework. See if we get triple speed or triple crit rate. Or I guess triple accuracy. Ah, we rolled flat attack into flat attack. All right. So, you know, maybe it's not quite there, but maybe now we know, like, this is not a bad place to start, right? We can say, let's go ahead and forge very specifically to fill out this set, right? It's like, this is where we stand. This is not a bad piece. This is a very nice piece. You know, go ahead and roll this one up a little bit. Crit rate, come on, even it out. Still not bad at 76%. We've already got more crit damage. We've already got more accuracy. We've got more speed. We gave away a little bit of HP and defense, but we're going to go ahead and swap these out. We're going to say, okay, we need, let's look at what we've got, actually. Let's look at what we've got so we know what we're talking about. We want equipped. I don't care about that. What we care about is the set. So this is what, that's feral. Okay, so no crit rate there. 0% crit rate on that. And then let's look at the boots. The boots are with parry, I think, right? That's 14%. Okay, not bad. Not bad boots, actually. But, you know, so now we go over here to our forge and we go to perception and we're like, we need boots and we need helmet. But in both cases, we need crit rate. So we come here and we'll do, you know, you could do a 10 pull, you could do a 5 pull. I said, let's go ahead and do a 10 pull. We have the charm. Let's do a 10 pull. That's a really nice piece. Somebody. That's not. Yep. Borderline. Speed, crit rate, and attack. That's exactly what we wanted. That's exactly what we wanted for Ninja. Crit rate, this would be a second place. Crit damage with crit rate, that's nice, even though it's 5-star. Speed, boots, very nice. Okay, so we've got our helmet. Now let's go for the boot. And again, we want crit rate. Maybe here we'll take off the crit rate because there aren't so many of them. But that's okay. Let's just do that. Just see if we get even a 5-star speed boot. Distance, that's gone. Actually, that's got speed with accuracy is very nice for the set. That's going to help somebody. Crit rate and accuracy is nice for the set. Speed and accuracy is nice for the set. That's not good. That's not good. That's marginal. That's not bad. Let's do one more. Let's hope these boots hit. Speed with accuracy. That's really nice. This is attack percentage with speed, accuracy, and crit rate. Actually, that's not bad at all. Speed and accuracy. Accuracy and defense. I don't know. I probably could have kept speed and HP, speed and accuracy. Nice. So a bunch of nice pieces there. Right? But so we can come back to Ninja and we can look, first of all, that helmet, which is crazy good. Let's roll that up. Sell this. Where was that? This one. This one. Now remember that the piece that we're replacing has no crit rate at all, but the boot has 13%. So not bad. And I think we were at like 70, around 75%. So we're still going to be low there. Still going to be low there. But one of the things we could do is we could go look at that that was on Bane. I think we were looking at Where did I just go? I'm looking for Savage. Savage is much higher up than I. So that, this, I think this one. Although we missed on this, so maybe we look at one of the other. Yeah, let's look at the other shields and see if we can get a little bit more crit rate out of one of the other shields. So at least that hit one. That's important. Beautiful. That's going to be, I think that might be the difference. And now we go find that this one. We're up to 98%. Now this would drop our speed. So we're still kind of looking for boots here. And there are no boots. There are no boots. No perception boots that have crit rate. We still have this roll. I want to roll this one up. Hit here. Hit here. Crit damage is nice. It's really nice. It's actually really nice. This would have been nice to hit that crit. So we need 15% crit rate, I think, on our boots, which is tough. 12 here, 16 here. 10 there, that's a little bit low. 10 there, that's a little bit low. 10. So you need, I think you need 13% per piece. Is that right? Just over 13% per piece. So we're giving away 10% here, and then we're picking up like 3 there. So yeah, we need to pick up more here. We are getting the 5 from the Savage. I'm sorry, the Slayer set bone. Yeah, I would dust these two. We could go for crit rate or crit damage here. Attack percentage is actually pretty nice, though. So the question is, like, is it worth the dust? I would say based on where you are, it is. If we hit crit rate here, we are golden. And that actually gives us some flexibility. If we hit crit damage, we'll hit even harder, which is really nice, too. But I do want to make sure that we're still getting our accuracy. We will get 40 accuracy from the perception. That'll take us back up to 275. So I probably would dust these gloves. I would probably dust these. Are you okay with that? I just want to check in. Okay. We're hoping for crit rate or crit damage. I'm going to dust them twice if we don't hit. Yeah, so we're going to dust them twice. This is so nice. So nice. Right? Oh, man. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to send these. Yeah, I'm going to send them one more time. We'll take them here. All right, so this gets us what we need. This gets us all that we need here. So let's go ahead. Well, no, it's just going to give us a little bit of more. Let's just check something. I want to take these 12 real quick. Those are nice boots for someone. So that does give us a lot of flexibility. We still don't have. All right, so how can we get Slayer? What about, do you have any Merciless doesn't give us crit rate. Slayer gives. All right, so let's just look at this. So if we take this all the way, it gives us 10%. So we need a 6. All we need is 6. Let's go ahead and save this for a second. I think we got to try this one more time. I want to see some 6-star speed boosts. So, let's look at the pieces. That's marginal. That's decent. That's no good. That's no good. Probably not. Probably not. That's okay. Take off these charms. I do it one more time. Using up all of the material. There's a 6-star boot right there. All we need is 6% crit rate. Come on, boots. That's really it? That's so disappointing. That's a nice piece. That might be... That's a nice piece. 6-star crit damage with crit rate. Okay. All right, so you're one piece away. What I would say is this. Like, you know, this build for Ninja, like if we look at this. All right, so preset manager. And then try this on. Okay. So we weren't quite able to get you all the way home, right? But if you look at this build and we're like, again, this is not 16. This is not 16. This is not 16. You'll get additional stats here. Maybe you'll get a speed on this. Maybe you'll get a speed or accuracy on this one. Maybe you'll get crit damage here or accuracy. So you could still push the stats, you know, plus you're going to get the HP, you're going to get the defense, you're going to get the attack percentage. So what we need is we need perception boots or savage boots that have 6% crit. Because what we're going to do is we're going to lose 14% crit rate off these boots. So we just need one that has a single 6% roll of crit rate. And then you should be good. Now there's another thing I should check just here, just in case. Okay. But just to be aware that we are rocking the Lore of Steel, which gives you 1% extra crit rate on your Slayer. Remember that you will lose you'll lose this crit damage. But what happens is not only do you get him into Savage gear, which means he'll do more direct damage, which is nice. You really haven't lost stats anywhere else. It feels like you maybe, you know, have to worry about maybe HP or something, you know, getting some back here or something. So maybe a little bit more with the glyphs. I don't know. Like HP of 1%, like maybe we need to get a bigger glyph there, you know. We want to not drop off too much survivability. But in addition to doing that, what you've done is you freed up a feral piece for a feral set. You've freed up a Slayer piece for a Slayer set. You've freed up a Relentless piece for a Relentless set. You've freed up a Swift Parry piece for a Swift Parry set. And now you're getting 25% ignore defense. Right? So that swap going to that set will boost Ninja's damage, but it will also mean the pool of gear that you have for other champions is now better. You know, one of the things that we're looking at here is like this piece, this Slayer Gauntlet is pretty good on Thor, right? But this one is actually maybe, well, no, it's about the same. This one's actually probably better because it's got speed. I was going to say this one was better because I thought it had crit rate, but it doesn't. So, but this can potentially go to somebody else and start to build a Slayer set that's, going to get more pieces here. Because the thing about 9-piece variable sets is most of them have a power peak, right? It's usually 6 pieces. Sometimes it's 9 pieces, but if you can get this on a different damage dealer that can actually use a Slayer set, then you're getting value. And the other thing is, like, for Slayer sets, right? This is based around AoEs. Fills this champion's turn meter by 5% for each first hit on each enemy with AoE attacks. And then at the 9-piece, has a chance to deal additional damage. On the 6-piece, ignores 30% on AoEs. So this is somebody that you want with a lot of AoEs. Now, Ninja does have 1 AoE, and so he gets some value out of this, right? But Thor has 2. This is an AoE, and this is an AoE. By the way, his passive, I think, is also an AoE. It might count as an AoE. I'm not 100% sure of that. But, we were talking about, Freya. 100% of her attacks are AoE. So if you have somebody who's got AoEs, that's who you want in the Slayer set. Ninja does better in, like, a Merciless set, actually, or, some other set, other damaging set other than a Slayer set. Slayer's not bad on him, but it's better on other champions, and he is better in other things. Again, maybe Relentless. We could, see if this piece frees up a good Relentless set for someone. You got a lot of Relentless pieces. That's a nice piece. It's a decent piece. Could you find crit damage with speed and attack? If this rolls crit rate anywhere, that might be good. That's a good piece. Yeah, you got to start utilizing your Relentless gear. You've got some decently fast Relentless gear with okay stats on it. I mean, they're not like beautiful pieces. They're very few perfect pieces. But, this is a nice piece. That's a very nice piece. I know we had another weapon. So, like, go and look at all the people who, like, let's see how many Relentless pieces do you have equipped on people? 1, 2. That's really fast. That's 23 speed. Like, first of all, if that's going to be a broken piece, it should be on your Arbiter. Right? She can actually get 25 speed here instead of 20 speed. That's 5 additional speed on your Arbiter. That's, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Looks like 14 or 15 pieces. And there is one set. Sanguinia is running a set, and nobody else is. So you're talking about 11 or 12 pieces that are out there that are not actually being used as Relentless. Consolidate those, see if you can get 2 champions into Relentless sets, or 3 champions into Relentless sets. Okay. You're doing really well with your champions. You're doing really well with your builds, I think. The primary thing I would focus on is, 1, Perception Gear, because Perception Gear is massively beneficial, especially in the mid game. As you push into end game, you never ever run out of a need for Perception Gear. And unfortunately, you just don't have boots yet. If you can land those boots with crit rate, and it doesn't have to be a ton of crit rate, just 6%, right? Could be a single roll. It could be one, like it could be a flat, 6%, or it could be, 4% with a roll of 4. You get 8%, whatever. Put those on that ninja. You're going to have the accuracy, the speed, plus the ignore defense, plus you're going to free up those pieces for other people. Start to advance your understanding of the HH optimizer a bit to not just go for stats, but also collect especially utility sets, because not all of those stats get included when you just kind of do it blindly based on these stats. So when you think about, like, these stats here, right? These are stats that the optimizer calculates, but a stat that it doesn't calculate, or it doesn't calculate here, is ignore defense, right? Like here, this 0% isn't really calculated in the gear when you're doing it. Other utility sets that aren't calculated are like regeneration. Regeneration is not a stat, right? So if you're doing a Guardian set, that 10% ally protect and that 10% heal doesn't get calculated in the like unless you can like designate that it uses those sets. But the point is, like, there's a lot of utility out here. All of these set bonuses also give you value. So it's okay to look for stats and it's okay to break sets on occasion. But in general, on your roster, you want to try to get as much benefit out of set bonuses as you can. It doesn't mean you can't break a piece. Doesn't mean you can't use an offset or whatever. It just means that don't throw it away if it doesn't have to be thrown away, right? Like, if there's a good Relentless set in there, get it on a champion that gives you value in Relentless. If there's a good Ignore Defense set out there, use it on a damage dealer. Don't just throw those away without at least taking a shot at looking at them. And also, this is how I forge. Like, I'll come in here like during a CVC and I'll forge 200 pieces of perception. And then I'll like start to build a champion in perception and it'll be like, oh, I need a helmet. And then I'll come in here and I'll throw the helmet charms on and I'll say, I need a helmet with speed or accuracy, and I'll throw that substat on. And this is the same, by the way, with, Slayer. Like, if you have Slayer pieces to farm or to forge, I mean, you could do the same thing. You like, I really need one Slayer piece. I really need a chest piece that has speed and crit rate on. So I'm going to go for that. So anytime you're building a champion, if a forged set would work for that champion, but you're missing just one or two pieces, I highly recommend trying to forge for that, because you do have materials in here, and you get them every day. Even 5-star pieces, like you could even drop this down to 5-star and do some of these and try to get your boots there, because it's only a 5 speed difference, and the substats are a little bit reduced, but you're only looking for 6%. So if you get a 4% with a 4%, that's going to give you more than. All right. So that ended up being a much longer takeover. I thought we were done, and then I got wrapped into this. I did it. You didn't do it. I did it. I got wrapped up into this thing. Yeah, definitely let me know, JC, how this helps you proceed. If you have questions, definitely hit me up in Discord. And then give me any updates that you can. Let me know. And again, this build that I was doing for Ninja, it doesn't have to be for Ninja. Like, if you decide that you like Ninja's build or you want him in a Relentless set, that piece that we saved, that set that we saved here, is now in your preset manager. You could throw that onto Gretel. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be for Ninja. You don't have to make that swap. It's just, I wanted to show you sort of some of the value that I see that you could still potentially get out of your gear. So you are very welcome. All right, folks. So that is the end of the first takeover. I'm going to shut it down here. Thank you to, was it Julian? I think it was Julian, for letting me tool around on your account. And I am going to go ahead and reset the reaction on the wheel of takeover. I'll do that right now. And we'll do one more takeover. So when you are ready, you can start reacting. Again, remember, you can only win once every 90 days. So please don't react if you have won it in the last 90 days. Otherwise, good luck. All right. Great Dane. Good to see you, buddy. Longtime supporter of the channel. For those of you who don't know, when you watch one of my videos and, I do the little intro and then you get the little logo that pops up with the fire and the flame, Great Dane made that. So Sun added the music, but the animation, Great Dane was the one who did it. One of the very first artistic contributions to the channel, one I still remember and appreciate. Hello, Roberto. Good to see you, buddy. Thor doesn't work in a Slayer set because it hits individually. That makes sense. Yeah, that's a good call out. Sorry if I missed that. I think one of his hits is an AoE, right? But the other one that hits everyone in order is not an AoE. Yeah. Hey Neo, good to see you too. Neo, I miss your logo, buddy. You used to have a logo. Doesn't have a logo anymore. Hey ho. Hey Colred, I love the collab with Big Papa Drock. Please keep doing these videos. It's hella fun and entertaining. Drock is really fun. If you guys have not watched my video yet from today, you watch it after the live stream is over. Also go over to Drock's channel and watch his half of the collab. Both are longer videos. Mine's like 57 minutes. His is like an hour 15 or something. We had such a good time talking the other day. So we recorded over this weekend. I think it was Saturday. Might have been Friday. I don't even remember anymore. But we spent like 5 hours just hanging out and talking raid and shooting the breeze, and it was really fun. And I think we both really enjoy when he and I get together. I think we both really enjoy the fact that we come at raid from very different angles, but there's so many similarities in our thought processes and like, you know, so sometimes each of us, because of our experiences, knows something about a champion or a build or a fight that's a little bit different than what the other one knows. And so we're constantly finding like both overlapping like thoughts or philosophies and then completely different experiences that are valuable to each of us. It's just so much fun. And he's a high energy guy. He's really entertaining. So I would definitely check it out. Hopefully it comes through in the video. He's a nice guy. All the content creators, honestly, are really nice people. I have not come across a content creator I haven't had a good time with, or haven't wanted to work with again. So far, every single one of them. And that's one of the reasons why I actually got into the space in the first place, is because I wanted to. I thought like it was a good community. I thought it was a good community. I wanted to contribute to the community, but simultaneously, I knew that if I got to be a member of this group of people, it would be a cool experience. He actually lives in town with you. That's interesting to you. Yeah. Thoughts on Plarium being bought, Colred? So, Ethan, I'm probably going to do a video on this topic, so I don't want to dive too deeply into it. I also haven't done as much research as I would like to do. I think it is potentially a good thing for players, but it's not necessarily a guarantee that it's going to be a good thing for players. We'll still have to kind of feel it out. I will say one thing is definitely clear. I don't think it's a bad move for players that Aristocrat is no longer in charge. Aristocrat was Plarium's parent company that sold Plarium, and they are a casino company. So getting away from the casino company, I think, is potentially a good thing. But we'll have to see. All right, so I'm going to give it just one more minute for reactions. Remember, if you haven't done this before, become a member of my Discord community. The link is in the description of this video. Come over to my Discord server. You want to scroll down until you find the channel called the Wheel of Takeover. And there's a message there that says react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. You just have to react to that message, and then you'll be entered into the wheel. You can react once or 100 times. It doesn't matter. I'll spin the wheel, and whoever it picks is the winner. You can only win once every, what did we say, 90 days? Is it 90 days? I think it's 90 days. I should probably extend that. It should probably be like 6 months. I might have to revisit that policy. You know, back when I started this, there were only like 40 or 50 people who would come and watch the streams, and now we get like 140 or 150 people. So it should probably be 6 months. On the flip side, I kind of like seeing some accounts every like 90 days. It does, for me, it's fulfilling to see that I helped somebody when they were 100 days in, and then see them in, 160 or 190 days in, 200 days in. Like, that's kind of cool to see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how quickly we'll see any changes, but I don't know about that, Stark. We'll have to talk about that too. Okay, I'm going to spin the wheel here. Good luck to all of you entrants. Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of repeat takeovers over the year. We've been doing this for over a year now. I think we've been doing Takeover Tuesdays. I think it was our first. It might have been our first. Is it our first live stream? Or was our first live stream a noob versus pro? I think I don't know. But we've been doing it probably about 15 months, something like that. And I do feel like, you know, in general, I give away 2 takeovers. I used to do 3 every once in a while. Sometimes I've only given away 1. But so if we're talking about, you know, maybe like 70 weeks, I wonder if we've given away, we might have hit 100 people. We might have hit 100 different people. JP White, congrats. I'm going to shoot you a message. Okay, so for instance, JP won a takeover previously, I think. But it was in October. It was actually Halloween of last year, it looks like. So it's been over a year. Been over a year. So let me go ahead and jump into. I gotta. All right, let's add the account. All right. We are in. So JP, let me know what kind of takeover you are looking for 2 days. Also, let me go ahead and give you. You might already have the roles. I don't know, probably. Okay, you can join me in the voice channel whenever you are ready and let me know what kind of account takeover you are looking for. We've got a level 100 account here, so it's probably pretty far along in terms of logins. Yep, we are past the point of all of the champions. Looks like you already pulled your souls today. I hope you got what you were looking for. Let's go ahead and take a look at the account. Got 114 6-star champions. Well done. Got some +4s. +4 Deacon and a +4 Geomancer. Pretty cool. +4 Allure as well. A couple of other champions who are +1, +2. So yeah, shoot me a DM and let me know what kind of takeover you're looking for. I'm sorry, BM, you know. Honestly, just as a reminder to everybody, like I do have paid takeover services as well. So if anybody is interested in a paid takeover, you can go ahead and shoot me a DM in Discord and I will give you my pricing and scheduling and we can talk about that possibly. More 3v3 arena today. Okay. Let's take a look. We've got a much larger roster than the last time around. And maybe a hard ice golem. Okay. let's start with the 3v3 arena. So this is, I mean, you can see the power creep here, right? Like there's looks like you're probably gonna, I mean, if you stay on target, you'll get promoted. But you can see there's a range here. You know, we have 683, 613K here up to 954, it looks like is the high. And as you know, if we refresh this, yeah, you'll still get some, you know, single target defenses. But a full team is usually probably somewhere in at least the 500K range to 600K range, like at least. All the way up to here, we've got over a million point 0.4. So, you know, one of the things about getting promoted in Tag Team Arena is being active with your refreshes, right? Coming in here, trying to check and looking for targets. And targets aren't always based on the total power, but the power can give you an understanding of maybe how good a team might be. So, for instance, let's look at this team right here. The Grey Wolf team. This middle team is a speed lead team, right? We've got Arbiter, we've got Armands, and we've got Lady Mikage, all who are going to be fast. Excuse me. And then we've got a Phoenix here who is built for the ally attack and to block a revive. So what we want to do is we want to look at this team and see how fast might they actually be. Well, 442K, you can see is significantly, it's by far the highest power total. So that means that this might be the primary team. And so if you're going up against this team and say you're bringing in this team, you're looking at an Arbiter-led team versus an Arbiter-led team, right? Both have intimidating presence, so those are going to cancel out because they're both 3 stars, right? 3 stars, 3 stars. And so it's likely that this Arbiter is fast. Mikage does inflate this team's power overall. The +3, you know, is going to help with the power. You know, it's a 6-star Phoenix there, 6-star Lady Mikage. So you're getting some power out of those additional, you know, stats and stuff. But in general, this is not a good matchup, right? Like I'm going to avoid this matchup unless I just know that even though I'm relatively low power, I'm super, super fast. Which could be the case. But especially if I'm not perfectly speed tuned, right? So like if I look at this team, I might say, okay, am I speed tuned here? Let's look at our Arbiter. Our Arbiter's running at 360, which is nice and fast. That's pretty good speed. Let's look at our Deacon. 276. So that's going to be pretty close. So what we could do here is we could check it. Let's see. I think the calculator is still going to get called up. Right? Yep, we got our calculator. Okay. So we're going to take the Arbiter's speed, which was what, 360? 360. 360. Okay. Take 360. We're going to divide it by 1.3. Gives us 277. We need 277 on Deacon for him to be connected. And Deacon is at 276. So he's just not quite connected anymore. And it might be that maybe he was connected and then Arbiter got a few speed faster and then he didn't. So in order to reconnect them, you might look for some speed here. You know, you might say, maybe I could ascend this if I have some. Yeah, I got plenty of stuff there. So go ahead and send that. We didn't get speed. Obviously, if you had a 6-star speed boot, you know, that would push him back up, but we don't. Doesn't look like we have one. You know, so maybe we look for, you know, some upgrades to some of his gear to reconnect them. That could help. And then let's go ahead and keep with the calculator and let's go and say, okay, so he's going to give us 15%. So let's say 360 divided by 1.45, because now it's 45%. She's giving us a 30% turn meter fill. He's giving us 15% turn meter fill. So that means our damage dealers need to run at 249. Right? So let's look at who are we running in this team. It's, I mean, Hefrak, it depends. Hefrak might be in Stone Skin. But let's look at Nishak. Is he running? So he's only running at 215. So he's disconnected. So he's not going fast enough. So even though you have a very fast Arbiter, the team doesn't work. right? Because you're not actually properly speed tuned here. Now, Hefrak is really slow, and he's not in Stone Skin. So he's not connected, and you're not getting the value out of his passive, which you would get by building him in Stone Skin. So what we want to do here is we want to say, if we can leverage the power of this Arbiter, we might do better. We might do better. Now, there are a couple of ways to leverage the power of the Arbiter. Let's go ahead. I saw Astrid, I believe. Let's go take a look at your Astrid. Is your Astrid fast? Well, she's not fully built right now. But this would not be fast enough anyway, even if we put, let's say we put a perception. That's got 14. This one for now. Fitting. So this would get her to 255, which is still not quite fast. Maybe 2 perception pieces would help a little bit. But so what you do have here is you have Astrid. Astrid is a great follow-up to Arbiter or Deacon or both. One of the things that you could do here, and this is something that I do actually, is you could run Arbiter into Deacon, into Astrid, into a nuke. Let's do a classic nuke like. Let's go to classic green. I'll just easy. So this gives you 3 turn meter fills, which means your nuker can be much slower. So now what you're doing is you're going with 160%. So we've got a 360 on the Arbiter, divide that by 1.6, because you're going to get a 30, a 15, and a 15. That's 60%. That means your nuker can run at 225 or 226, right? So this just alleviates some of the pressure. Now you get an AoE drop defense and AoE weaken the increase attack, and you're going to nuke really hard. Plus, let's see where she is. There she is. Plus, she happens to ignore ally protection, strengthen, and shield buff on her A2. Damage increases for each debuff on each target. So if you have a decreased defense and a weaken, this is going to be a hard-hitting nuke. Now, this is a very classic hard-hitting go first team, but it would do very poorly into Stone Skin, right? So you have to kind of pick a team when you're like, okay, this is not going to be a Stone Skin kind of team. Now, you could also alter this team if you want to speed tune it a little bit differently, and you could add Wukong, right? Now, Wukong gives you a buff strip that can potentially remove Stone Skin if you like come across it, or remove shield buffs if you come across them. And so this would give you like added flexibility or depth to this team. Plus, he's a half nuker. Like if you build him for accuracy, he's going to be more than half a nuker. He's like 3/4 of a nuker. But so he's going to give you extra damage. He's going to give you a way to get around Stone Skin. He's going to give you a lot more flexibility with this team. So this is another way to go. But then again, remember, everybody's going to have to run faster because Arbiter is running so fast. You're going to have to run your nuker at whatever that was, 257. What was it at? I mean, I got to double check. So it was 360 divided by 1.4. 249. So you'd have to run at 250, which might be hard to get a nuker to that speed and still have him hit hard. But this, you have a very fast Arbiter for where you are, right? I think in Silver 1, your Arbiter is probably faster than the vast majority of Arbiters you come across. When I say Silver 1 tag team arena. So like if you come up across this team, even though this team is rocking 273 and you're only running 208, like chances are your Arbiter is still faster than their Arbiter because your Arbiter is just very fast for the power level that you're at. But your team has to be built around that Arbiter, or else the Arbiter's power is entirely. So think about either speed tuning with 2 or even 3 turn meter fillers and then a nuker. Now, let's say we did something like, let's say we wanted to do, let's just look at, okay. You got a 6-star fully awakened Seeker. Now, Seeker might be in a clan boss team, so you might not be able to break that speed too. But that's certainly a champion like that you could put into a go first team instead of Arbiter. You don't put Arbiter and Seeker together. Generally, you could. You could. You have Shuzen, maybe? I don't know. I always struggle with the pronunciation of this one. But so she's incredibly valuable in Arena, right? And she basically runs like an Arbiter. She's a second Arbiter. But she has more flexibility because even though her turn meter fill is only 20%, right? She does decrease turn meter, which is really nice. She's Void Affinity, so that's great. But then she could also instant turn somebody, right? So you have this option. So you have a lot of good champions. I think I also saw Lysandra. You have a Lysandra, another great champion who's got increased speed, 30% turn meter fill, and 30% turn meter decrease. So you have all the champions you need to have 2 really good go fast, like go first team. They just need to be speed tuned. I think that's all. That's the whole problem. Okay. Okay, we'll take a look. So, you know, you have Sify as well, who's incredibly strong. So you could potentially build 3 go first team, honestly. Like you have the champions to do it, I think. Not saying that you want to, but we could also consider like a go second team. So you have Mortu Macabre, who's great on a go second team. You have Hefrak, who's great on a go second team. You have Tormund the Cold. You have I mean, you have Yumiko, you have Sify, you have Mithrala. You've got a ton of great arena champions. You've got UDK. Now, Sify can be on a go first team or a go second team, right? Sometimes she can just be fast and have the rest of the team run slow. She's not bad at 291. Not fast enough probably for everything, but she's going to be faster than go second team always. You know, so if we were talking about team setups, like I think that this team up here that you have in the top team, I think this is probably a little bit of a miss. It's a bunch of good champions who collectively don't really have a great win condition, right? So the way to do maybe something like this would be, like a slightly better version of this would probably be, no, I don't think we want to. I don't think we want to use Sify with DK. Let me just check her for a second. I don't actually have a Sify, but I come up against her a lot. It's the increased speed that you don't want. You want UDK running slow if you're going to use them in arena. But so, for instance, we could do a Sify team where you might do something like, You have double Yumiko. Double Yumiko. So I mean, there's so many options here. I'm kind of spitballing like team, but this could be a team that might work really well. Because you have the lockout, right? So depending on how fast Yumiko is, how fast Sify is, you can lock out with the A3. So increases the cooldown of all enemy skills by 3 turns. This goes through Stone Skin. You can lock out enemy champions even if they're wearing Stone Skin. Right? So this could be a kind of thing where it's like Sify goes first, gives you that turn meter fill, increase speed. You go into Yumiko. Yumiko gives you the lockout. You go into Lady Mikage's second form. You can potentially try to strip buffs if you want, get an increase at accuracy and a weaken. Or you could not, and you could stick with the first form and give the increased attack and increased crit damage and go for the ally attack. And then you have Nishak, who can go ahead and bomb through Stone Skin. So this would be like an anti-Stone Skin kind of team. I don't know that I think it's perfect, actually. I kind of almost like it with a speed aura. Like, it's not really a go second team. It's a go first team. Sify can certainly be fast enough. But if you have a Yumiko who's got an intimidating presence, maybe it would be better. Maybe it would be better with, like, you could certainly do, like, Armand's here. I mean, gives you even more coverage. You could do that kind of thing. You know, give you that speed aura. Have Yumiko be your fastest champion. I like that a lot, actually. Another idea that I'm just thinking about is, let me just look at your more 2 for a second. Okay. So more 2 Macabre is really good. He was in Stone Skin, right? Or was he in Protection? He was in Stone Skin. Yeah. So it looks like you've got the 6 piece of Stone Skin here. And he's nice and slow. So when he gets a chance, he's going to hit really hard. And he's probably going to have his skill unlocked. So there are certain ways you can do that. You can certainly do a Sify. I think you could do a Sify and a more 2 Macabre. I actually kind of like that combo. But you could also use a UDK with a more 2 Macabre. The issue with that is then he's not taking any single target hits, and he's in Stone Skin. You want him to get hit. So I actually think maybe that's not the best. So we go like this. You know, you go more 2 Macabre. And then you have other options about, like, how to deal with, you know, so, like, I like your other, you know, I like your other, oh, you know who could even be better here? Maybe Shu Zhen. Like, this might even be better now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, maybe you go with another survivable champ here. You've also got the potential for, like, a Torment team to go into a go first team. You know, it's 3v3 arena, so you can pick a Torment team into, like, an Arbiter team that you know is going to be really fast. And then that would be a good, you know, like, this is a crazy combo. This can be a crazy combo. Or not even with the Torment. You could put somebody else there. But Wukong is designed to die in this build, right? Like, you don't actually want him covered. You want him to be killed by an AoE. You want Heffrak in Stone Skin. You want UDK in Stone Skin, slow. Torment can be whatever because he's got the passive that actually revives him. So this is going to prevent, like, you know, maybe this is a mix of team. Maybe you don't need the Torment here. Maybe you actually go UDK with, like, Mithrala or something. I don't even like that. I don't even really like that. What would I do? I would probably put in another squishy champion here. Trying to think if somebody might give you an increased attack or like add value to the hit, but it could be this. It could be this. It doesn't really matter. You can experiment around with this theory and find something. You could certainly put in a second nuker. Or you could put somebody in who also dies and comes back. This could be crazy, right? Because it's like they keep dying, keep coming back, keep getting Hefrax. Oh, plus then you have the freeze, plus you have the nuke, plus you have the buff strip, plus you have the UDK. Like getting around this would be such a pain in the butt. But again, is you could put this on defense, you could put it on offense. You want to go into a team that makes sense with this. So you want to go into a team who's going to be fast, who's got an AoE nuke. So when I'm looking at this team, these teams, I'm like, who's got the AoE nuke? Who's going to hit? So I'm not going into, well, I could go into Rotos, but the Rotos would be countered by the UDK, right? So it's like, it's not really a great setup because you actually want your Wukong to die. So you could do this without your UDK, if you were going into this and say, okay, Rotos or Wukong kills somebody, and then the Hefrack and Stone Skin nukes the team back, right? Like that's the goal here. So the idea is to set up, you have so many good champions. You don't just want to put in 3 teams and then click it and forget it. That's not how you progress in 3v3 arena, especially not past Silver 1. What you want to do is you want to have teams that have flexibility, champions that have flexibility. And when you match up, you come up against somebody and you say, how do I beat this team? Right? So this team is really fast. Is my Arbiter fast enough? If my Arbiter is fast enough, I want that connected team. I want to go ahead and say, I just need to make sure they don't cut in on. So I'm going to go with my, where is she? My Astrid. Oh, I can't see for some reason. Is she invisible? There she is. And so I'm going to bring this team in here. And even though I'm giving up 300k power or 270k power, I could still nuke this team out because I'm going to go. They don't have Stone Skin. I'm going to go first. I'm going to go second. I'm going to go third. I'm going to nuke. I'm going to ignore I'm just going to wipe them out. This team beats this team if I'm fast enough and I'm speed tuned correct. Or you could say, you know what? I'm not really speed tuned perfectly. Right. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to bring in Shuzhen. She is fast enough. She's going to activate the next champion. The next champion is going to be my Yumiko. My Yumiko is going to lock them all out of their skill. Now I still have to worry about Phoenix's A1, but everybody's skills are locked out. So he's not going to have the turn meter increase. He's not going to have the increased attack. He's not going to have the ally attack. He's not going to have, he's not going to have Armand's going here, right? So this team might beat it. Or, I'm looking at the second team here and I'm like, this is a team that's going to mess with my revivers. It's going to mess with my skills, my Stone Skin. This is not good. Like Warlord goes through Stone Skin here. So I don't want to bring in my Stone Skin team. I'm not going to bring in my UDK team, right? I'm not going to bring in my Hefrack team because he's in Stone Skin, but he's going to get locked out. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do an Armand's team. The speed aura is going to give us enough speed. Maybe we bring in 1 turn meter filler. Let's go ahead and bring in Astrid here. Let's say we put her here, right? And then we're going to go with, we don't want to bring in Wukong necessarily. Maybe we want to, who would we want to nuke this team? I'm trying to think. Let's just double check him. Another champion I don't have on my main account, but I have pulled before. Yeah, okay, so that's not what I was thinking. I actually kind of like Ray here. Not bad at all. This might be where I put my Lady Mikage. Maybe I take out him. I mean, there's just too many options. I think that's my issue, right? But our Liddy. All right, so now we've got, we've got an AoE attacker who's got a buff strip, but she's also got an ally attack. We've got the AoE weaken and defense, drop defense. We've got the, the speed aura to go first. We've got all these things potentially to mess with what their team is doing, to stop them in their tracks, whether it's CC, buff strips, stuns, ally attack, AoE, block revive. They're trying to, it's like all of that stuff can be stopped by this team. So, I think you have to pick what you like. I think you have to pick what you like, but you also have to be flexible when you look at the team. So I would say, who are damage dealers that I would consider building? I definitely think Nishak is great because let's go over here. I definitely think Nishak's great because he can ignore Stone Skin, but you need high accuracy, and your 357 is not high enough on him. I also don't think he's fast enough. He should be in 3 sets of perception gear with high attack. His high attack is great. You're actually at 7.3k, but you could easily trade away 500 attack to pick up 40 speed. Like that would be a huge trade in your benefit, or to pick up like another 100 accuracy. I would shoot for somewhere around like 6.5k, say 250 speed, 260 speed, and like 500 accuracy. That would be where I would want to land this guy. And then you can put him with whoever you want. And if you're struggling with the accuracy, then he's got to be with somebody like Lady Mikage, who gives him an increased accuracy buff. So then, like if you can get to like 400, then maybe pair him with Lady Mikage, and then you still have the speed. And it's not so much the ally attack that you need. You just need to make sure that you get over to this skill where you've got the increased accuracy. All right. So I think he's a worthwhile damage dealer. I think Hefrak is a great damage dealer. You've already booked him. So put him on a team with Wukong, or put him on a team with Blizzard, or put him on a team with just somebody squishy who's going to die, and then Hefrak returns the nuke. But he has to be in Stone Skin. He has to be in Stone Skin, or it's not going to work. Because you typically have to go second, and if he goes second without Stone Skin, he dies. You want to look at Nishak? Okay. So yeah, I think those two are key. I think Mortu Macabre is another really great one. And I think those three are probably, along with Sun Wukong, going to be your primary damage dealers. I do think Supreme Elhain and Rhonda are both also viable options on occasion. And that's going to give you a good mix. And then I don't think you really need anybody else. I think that's enough. I was talking about Ray before. We were talking about, you've got scored. It kind of depends what you like. But Armand's should be really fast and built well. He's at 308. So he could be a speed lead team. You got your Arbiter, who could be a speed lead team. He could again go in that place, like in between where he's faster than go second teams, and that's enough. And then you've got your Siphi. So I think these are 3 leads. You've got your Shuzen, so that's a 4th lead. And I think if you're going to go second, you've got probably Ultimate Death Knight or maybe Tormund as your go second guys. By the way, if you wanted to go with Stultus as the nuker in that, like a defensive based team, you certainly could do that. You've got more than enough champions. It's just really about committing to builds for them. So let's talk about a build. Nishak Vermin Lord. I love this champion. I love it. All right. So we're going to start with speed boots. And what we want is accuracy, right? It's incredibly important that he have good accuracy. Crit damage and crit rate doesn't matter because bombs do damage based on attack. So we just want high attack, and you don't have crit rate or crit damage on them. I'm just saying this out loud to everybody. If you don't know about bomb champions basically do damage based on their attack stat. I do want to find speed. Let's start with 6 stars. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fully ascended speed boots with speed sub. That's very nice, dude. That's really nice. What about up here? Got one there for Arbiter. Got one there for Shuzan. One there for Makage. You got better gear than I do. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at Pinpoint. Yeah, you got better Pinpoint gear than I do too. I don't know that an intercept stat matters. It depends what kind of team you're running with. So if he goes first, it doesn't matter. But if you're going to potentially go second, I would actually prefer to see him in Stone Skin. So I think for right now, we'll just go with the Perception. This is a free one. The one, I mean, that's not taken by anybody. Now let's go ahead to, we want attack percentage and attack percentage on the substat should be accuracy, but we might want speed as well. Okay, so this piece on Cupidus doesn't have any crit rate, so it's probably not super good for him. I know he's trying to land HP burns as well, if you're only using him as an HP burner, but generally you want him to hit. So I might steal those. And it looks like he's already got these, which are not. So let's go ahead and steal those for now. I'm assuming that's not messing you up anywhere. And then let's go and look at these. And what we want is we want speed and accuracy as substats. Got divine. Go here. Barrel? Maybe. I don't know who's speed tuned on your roster, and a lot of these champions could be. Steal this. That's a lot of attack percentage. It's a very fast piece on Madame Saris. Okay. Yeah, we've lost quite a bit of attack here. Now, we picked up 46 speed and we picked up 51 accuracy, which I think is good, but we might want to not give all of that away. So let's go ahead and look for that. Might work. Let's see if we roll any. I think probably this one. Do it again. But it's probably going to use more. And then check out. Hey, Sauce. Welcome to Barbarians, the Horde Grows. I mean, clearly you already have the icon, so it must be a return. There we go, that one. This would be a 6-star. If we double rolled speed, it would be worth it as well. That's going to give us more speed. And it will eventually give us more accuracy. Take it all. And attack. So, you know, now we're running very, very fast. And I actually like this. So this is where I run my Nishak. I run my Nishak around 270 or 275. Because that way you don't have to have him. You don't have to have turn meter fillers in front of him. You just need one, you know, somebody to go first. So it could be a Shuzhen who just like gives him a turn. You know, so you could do something like this. This might feel too fast to you, and maybe we've lost too much attack. I don't think so. I think you'd still be very good where you are in 3v3 arena with this amount of attack, but I don't know where else you use this guy. The 400 accuracy is better. You still have accuracy to go on your banner. Plus, you could ascend all the stuff. Plus, you can see a lot of this stuff is not glyphed. Some of this stuff is still at 12. So you'll get more stats back. You'll get more attack. I think you'll land over 6,000 attack here. I think you'd probably land 450 accuracy, which is a pretty good place to be. Because you definitely have some accuracy glyphs you could throw in here. So there's 3, 4. You know, there's the banner that still has to go up. So now the question becomes like, you know, trying to balance those last stats. Did we give away too much accuracy? Like maybe we need to ascend this and see, you know, are we going to hit on attack percentage? Maybe it's worth trying to roll this a couple of times to get attack percentage, depending on how important this champion is. You know, you ascend, you just hope for the best. You know, okay. But I do think that this is, you know, when you're rebuilding, you want to think about all of the conditions that could make your champion fail. If he doesn't have enough accuracy, he fails. If he doesn't go before the enemy team, he's going to die, so he fails. If he doesn't have enough attack to actually do the damage so he one-shots the enemy team, he fails. But it's not like, I know that we get caught up in the idea that the damage dealer has to hit really, 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 really hard. But ultimately, there are all 3 of those things that have to happen, right? So, like, if he doesn't land his bombs because he doesn't have the accuracy, it doesn't matter how hard his bombs would hit because they didn't land. You know, it's that kind of thing. So I do think that this is kind of an interesting rework. I like the speed better, but maybe we're giving away a little bit too much attack for this speed. So we could potentially look to bring some of it back on one of these pieces. And I don't know. I don't know where that would be exactly. You know, maybe on the helmet, maybe on the weapon. Maybe there's, you know, maybe once we glyph these attack percentages on some of these, you know, I don't know if there's any attack percentage. Maybe that's what we're giving away. You know, there's an attack percentage here. There's an attack percentage here, so we get some of it back. But now this gives you that full suite of stats that you need to succeed in 3v3 arena. Now I like Nishak. I really like him. I think he's great. He's great in a lot of places. You've got this on him as well, you know, so he's getting some of this. Honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about Phantom Touch. I don't know that there's a lot, you know, better stuff. Maybe Soul Reap. I don't know. Polymorph, because he's got the accuracy anyway. So if he gets debuffed, you could polymorph the enemy. You know, it's hard to say what the best banner is on him. Maybe Intimidating Presence, even. Like if you don't have somebody else who's got that in a good spot. I'm not sure how I feel about Phantom Touch. I will say that, like, since the bombs go through Stone Skin, you might want to utilize something that doesn't rely on a hit. But I don't know. Yeah, so I think you've got the roster that you have belongs in gold 3v3. The build and the focus is always for all of us. It's always the stressful part. I am currently in bronze 4. I have been in gold 3v3 arena. And because I have to focus and do all the, you know, the attacks every week and build my defense, but I'm still trying to get gold bars, so I'm putting in a one-man defense, and then I forget to swap it back, and then I get demoted, and then I get disheartened, and then I want to play less the next week. You know, like, there's that kind of stuff. Or you just get overwhelmed by the fact that you have to rebuild like 8 champions just to be good at 3v3, you know, from what you've already currently built them. It's like there's all of that. So there is a lot to it. I'm not saying, you know, oh, because you have a great roster, like it just will carry you to gold arena, 3v3 arena. It won't. It won't. You have to decide for yourself, you know, who am I going to invest in? Who am I going to invest in, and am I going to put in the time? Now, I do think with a double Yumiko and a Shuzhen and a Mortu Macabre and a Hefrak and an Arbiter and a Siphi, like, these are champions who are in the top tier of arena champions. Armand. These are some of the best arena champions in the entire game. So pick one a week and rebuild them. Or pick a team a week and rebuild it. You know, and it's like, just focus around an idea. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can always play it out and experiment with it. You know, it's like, is this team what you want? Well, maybe it's not quite there, but can you speed tune it? Can you get it to where you want it to be? Does it do what you need it to do? Not so much. Okay, let's think about moving this person into Stone Skin. Let's think about getting this person another 20 speed. Let's think about, the accuracy that we need on this champion. Think about those kinds of things, and I think that you'll do well in 3v3 arena. I'm not going to sit here and rebuild your champions, because I think that one of the things about this is it needs to be played and observed in order to be optimized. But hopefully, hopefully I've given you some ideas here to kind of start the process of the theory crafting and moving your way towards, like, okay, yeah, I can start to figure this out. I do see that I have options here. So let me just get it all together. And I think the simplest place to start would be just speed tuning your first team. Just making sure it's speed tuned. And that will make teams, like this third team here, or even this, it'll make them kind of irrelevant. You'll just be like, yeah, I've got all of the things I need to go just burn through a team. And that's what I do. Like, what I do is I basically build a team that's like a blunt instrument. I'm like, this does this one thing really well. And then I just pick targets. I'm looking around and I'm like, who can I just crush with this one team? It's like, okay, I look at this and I'm like, this third team here, like, I'm going to crush that team with my go first team. Well, what about the Arbiter up here and the Hefrak? And then, no, maybe I want a go second team there, which uses somebody like a Mortu Macabre, right? So Hefrak's going to hit me. Ragash is going to hit me. But I'm in Stone Skin. They don't ignore Stone Skin. They don't go through Stone Skin. Maybe I put Torm in the Cold in a team against this team. I'm like, I can beat this team if I'm smart about it. I have the champions. I just have to make sure they're built, and I, figure out the composition that works. So my go first team beats their second fastest team. My go slow, Stone Skin team beats their first fastest team. And then for this third team here, I'm like, okay, what's the issue? Well, the issue is it's all of the buffs, right? It's the block debuffs and the cleanse and the block damage. It's like, okay, I put my Armands up against this team. I put my my Wukong up against this team. I put my Mikage up against this team. I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying some of these champions, because these are the champions that remove buffs, right? This is a champion that puts up block buffs, right? And if I can go a little bit faster than this team, it's like, yeah, they have a speed aura, but they're running the 19% speed aura instead of the 28% speed aura. I don't think they're trying to go first. Right? I don't think they're really trying to go first. There's no sheep. I don't have to worry about a sheep. Right? Like, I don't have to worry about polymorph. So I'm just going to bring a team in here that can handle the stuff that they do, and then I'm going to nuke them out. And maybe if I'm worried about Wukong coming back, I bring in a champion that's got a block revive. Maybe I worry about, if Lydia's your best, then Lydia's your best, but maybe you have a Phoenix. Or maybe you have, somebody else who's got a block revive somewhere. I don't know if I've seen one. Yeah, you've got a Phoenix here. You kill off the Wukong with the Phoenix. Maybe with the ally attack. You use the ally attack. Right? Let's do something. The Armands goes first. He sheeps the Necrit and strips all the buffs. Then you have a turn meter fill, increase attack, and then you don't even need the turn meter fill. You don't need the increased attack. You can run Deacon. You get the decreased defense out, then you get the increased attack on the Lady Mikage. You do an ally attack with everybody. Phoenix is the last hit. Phoenix kills Wukong with the A1. Now Wukong's dead, and there's no threat from this team anymore, unless their Hefrak is built to nuke, which I don't think he is. And now you've just got time to, like, control them, stun them, remove their buffs. You've got all that stuff. You just go round and round and round until they're dead. Right? So you theory craft that, and then you try it out, and then you see if it works. And maybe it doesn't work. Maybe I'm blowing smoke. The idea makes sense, but maybe the execution doesn't work. Maybe you have to tweak it. Maybe Armands is going too slow. Maybe Mikage is going too slow. Maybe Deacon doesn't belong in the team, and you want somebody else here who gives a little bit more sturdiness. Maybe you need a block debuff buff. Maybe you need to bring in your Pythion. Maybe you need to bring in, you know, somebody to do that. Maybe you bring in a crowd controller, you know, beforehand. Or maybe you want to bring Mishinaki in here. Somebody tanky who gives you that decreased defense. I don't know. You know, but you play it out and you put the pieces together. And these fights need to be manual at least until you understand what your team can do. And until you've tweaked it and optimized it. And then you can just go in here. Like, I don't really manual fights in 3v3 arena anymore unless I'm in gold. Unless I'm in gold and I'm trying to push and I'm trying to get promoted. I just come in here and I look at this 848 and I have 1.1 million power. And I'm like, all right, I've got a block revive here. So that's going to be, my Genbo is going to be in team 3. Their Arbiter versus my Arbiter. My Arbiter's faster. I don't have to worry about this. So my Arbiter is going to go first here. And since I used my Genbo to get through their Skull Crown in the bottom, I'm going to use my, I don't know, I'll use my Thor here, you know, to kill team 2 in my go first team. And then they've got, you know, a team up here. This team is actually probably fairly good go first. It is a buff strip, but I'm going to use my Armon's team here. I'm going to use my UDK to counter their Rotos. I'm going to have my Wukong as the backup. He's going to be linked to the Rotos. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in like my Cardiel or my my Pythion or my Elva or somebody to give me a cleanse, right? Because I'm going to get debuffed. I want that cleanser to have high resist. Maybe Mithrala. Maybe I put in Mithrala because I don't think their Kymar can get through my Mithrala. And then the Mithrala will give everybody a strengthen buff and a cleanse, and then I'll put a Hex out, and then it'll be over. I was like, and then I just literally put the teams there. And I don't fight it. I just click auto. And probably 90% of the time I'm right. If I've thought through it, I don't even have to have the teams built. I don't even have to have them in team setup. I can literally just put them in. Unless I know that the AI is wonky. Because like Deacon's AI is wonky when you come across a stone skin. So if I had Deacon in the team, I might want to put it in the AI. But the rest of them I don't. I don't really care about it. You know, and so once you've played 500 manual battles with your roster, you just know who you can beat and who you can't. What else can Heffrack be built for? I have no idea. I have a Heffrack. I have not built him for Arena yet, although I should. But the truth of the matter is he's so good for Arena because of this passive. Right? So whenever an ally is killed by an enemy, instantly activates Heffrack's Scorn skill. Will not put the skill on cooldown. Now his Scorn skill is this A2, which attacks all enemies, places an extra hit on targets with less than 50% HP after the first hit. Each hit will ignore 15% of the target's defense. So it ignores defense, it has an extra hit, it hits really hard, and it doesn't put it on cooldown. So even if he doesn't kill everybody with this skill, when it becomes his turn, he will then kill everybody with this skill. So you want him to have a teammate who dies, which means you need to go second, but you can't have Heffrack die, which means you need to have him in Stone Skin. You do that, he's such a pain in the butt to deal with. It means the other team has to have some way to ignore Stone Skin. But if you're going in on arena offense, you can just pick your target. You can just go here and say, you know, this team has no way to ignore Stone Skin. Team 1 can't ignore Stone Skin. They're going to kill, you know, my Wukong. My Heffrack's going to nuke him. And then my Heffrack's going to get a turn and he's going to nuke him again. And everybody should be dead. That's the way he works. That's why he's so annoying in arena. You know, same thing with Mortu Macabre. Like you come into a team like this and you're like, look at Mortu Macabre with UDK, right? So it's like AoEs will keep hitting Mortu Macabre. Multi hits might keep hitting Mortu Macabre, but he's going to be in Stone Skin. UDK is going to be in Stone Skin. He's going to get hits and hits and hits and hits. And that's going to unlock his secret skill. So he has this, has a 20% chance to unlock a secret skill when he's attacked. Also has a 20% chance to fill this turn meter by 25%. So you don't need to run him fast. You can run him slow. You've got him built the right way, right? You just want to make sure he hits hard enough. He hits okay. But the great thing about his peril, right, will ignore shield and block damage buffs as well as defense. It ignores defense, and then enemies killed by the skill cannot be revived. So he blocks revive. Awesome. Awesome. So this is, this is why the roster is so good. But again, it needs to be built. It needs to be built in the right way and needs to be put with the right champions around him, also built in the right way. That is why 3v3 Arena is so annoying, because it takes so much time and attention to build your teams, and then it takes so much time and attention to actually execute the teams. And then you get up to gold where everybody puts in their full, just hardest defenses that they can. And so you have to, you have to work your way through it. And it's just kind of a pain. It's a pain. It's a pain. But I think you're in good shape. I think you'll be fine. So let's go ahead and jump over to Hard Ice Golem. And we'll finish up here. Whoops. All right. I want to see if you have a 6-star seer. See who your HP burn champion. All right, let's try that. I actually want to do team setup. Okay. So I think we're going to start with Elva. I'm going to bring in your first Yumiko. We're going to try your nuke. I think we're going to try this. I think we're going to try. I'm not 100% sold yet, but I think we're going to try it. Okay, so let's go ahead and I just want to check out the champions. How fast is she? 236. How fast is this one? Okay, she's not really that fast. Doesn't have her masters yet. One's not built, doesn't have masters. She pulled both of them recently, huh? 249. I mean, we have other options, but kind of like this. Let's go ahead. Let's see if we can get Seer into that 97 crit rate. Darn it. All right, so we did this, and then we did. $170, which is really pretty low. Probably too low. You don't necessarily need accuracy on your seer unless you're using her against targets that are going to have buffs up, right? So like in the Odin dungeon, maybe that was something that you did. But let's see. That's beautiful. I'm just looking. Yeah. Okay. I mean, we could go with pinpoint to get a little bit more speed up there. Might be worthwhile. That. What about? That's a nice. That could work. Yeah. Their current 17 feet. Not glyph though, but that's fast. Okay, so here we've increased our speed to 217, which is better. It's still not fast enough. We've lost a little bit of crit damage, but I think it was just because. Yeah. So I think we lost 9%. It's not a huge deal. And we've picked up 700 attack, over 750 attack, which will make up for that 8% loss of crit damage, I think. And then the accuracy doesn't really matter because you're stripping buffs off of your own team, really. I think this is probably fine. Let's just do that for now. And then let's look at all of the. So the goal here would be to be fast. We've got 290. That's good. That gets the speed buff 30. Huh. Yumiko's in the wrong spot. But the Yumiko could either be slower or fast. We would rather have her in front of Lydia. So let's just see if we can take her and build her faster. The accuracy is nice, but you don't need quite this much accuracy, but you want that accuracy for arena. But unfortunately, it's just yeah, we're gonna get stuck in the same place, I think. I think we're gonna get stuck in the same place we were before, where it's like we can get speed on her, but we have all these speed champions for other things. Let's go see your forge for a second. Let's just see if we can get her a couple of pieces. We got a ton of stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and do this and this. We have good speed charms. And we got some speed charms. Let's just go ahead and do it. Doesn't really matter what the piece is. We just want good pieces. Speed substat. That's okay. 5-star. That's actually not bad for a bomb champ. No, not that. That's doable. Okay. That's bad. That's unfortunate. That's good. That's really nice. All right, let's try those. Those are two pieces that give us options. This is a 4. That's a quad roll in speed. That's awesome. All right, what about this? All right, let's just check this piece. So I think it was this one, right? Either one would actually work. The accuracy is fine too. She doesn't have to, like, if she's just going first, she doesn't have to be super tanky. We would prefer to be tanky rather than not, but. So maybe we'll get speed and HP. Oh, nice. Triple roll speed. Do it. Do it. 23 speed. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Okay, so we're going to drop that on her. I'd love to get out of this chest plate if we could. I mean, accuracy is nice, and we need it, but we need the speed just as much. So what is that? 251. How fast is our... How fast is our Lydia? 249. So we are fast enough. So that's enough. We can do that for now, just to check it out. Just to check it out. So the idea here, let's go ahead into the thing. So we would open with this, right? Obviously, we're going to open with that. Now, Yumiko is not going to use her reset. In fact, she'll just, doesn't really matter what she does. We'll just let her open with this, right? So she's the second fastest champion, but she's our reset champion. So now we're going to have Lydia come out with her Siren's Wail, which gives the decreased defense and the weaken. And then we're going to have Newt just use his A1. We don't want him to use his... I guess it doesn't really matter. We could actually... He's going to get reset too, right? Yeah, so he's going to get reset. We can go ahead and open that. That's fine. And then we have her open with her armor. Okay, so that's round 1. Round 2. I guess we'll just go with the A1. We'll open with the A1 here. Now Yumiko does her Dance of Time. And now we're going to have this. We're going to have Newt just use A1. We're going to have Seer go ahead and Karma Burn. Now we'll go to round 3. We'll prioritize this. Actually, I guess we could just do it as an opener. Doesn't matter. And now we're going to have to come around. So we're going to have Newt open with that. We want that decrease attack out there. That's important. And now I think we can just let everybody go. We'll see if that works. and then let's see how this does. Or no. So this should be pretty quick if we have enough damage. Nuke one wave out. We should get a reset here. We'll get the same nuke out on the second wave. Boom. Now we come to the boss. Get the decrease attack out there. Get the lockout on the first. We actually would prefer the lockout on the second. End. So now they're down. Now they won't be revived here. Get slammed. They won't be revived. They'll be blocked. But are we going to pull the double? We did pull the double. And that's the problem. We missed the decrease attack there. Did you see that? So Newt's accuracy might not be high enough. Yeah, he's landing the decreased attack on the ads, but not on the boss, and he really needs to land it on the. Okay, yeah, okay, that didn't quite work. That team is theoretically pretty solid. I do think that survivability is going to be an issue. One thing that we could try is we could pull Newt and we could put in Artak. Artak's slow. His accuracy is okay though. Seer is not particularly dangerous in Ice Golem, though. So, when Seer does damage, she does damage to the wave, right? Like, her single target attack is a single target attack, but it doesn't hit super hard. But her AoE hits really hard. Her AoE will always kill the ads. You know what I mean? Like, if you have it that it always kills the ads, then the boss doesn't do a ton of damage. Because the boss, when he nukes... Where is it? Attacks all enemies one time whenever tainted. Clysis's HP drops below these targets. Will ignore 50% of each enemy's defense for each alive ally. So if the allies are dead, then he doesn't hit that hard. Now, it may be that he hits hard enough, but that's where the decrease attack comes. We have the decrease attack up on him. It's not super critical. As far as Brimstone, yeah, Brimstone is slightly problematic, but we just took out the Brimstone champion, I think. So this might work a little bit better. We should still get the wave clears, and then the HP burns don't trigger the slam. So depending on, one of the things is like Seer can actually trigger multiple slams at the same time, which is something that happened. And then you definitely need to have the decrease attack. If you don't have the decrease attack, then you're in trouble. So like we have the decrease attack up on the boss now. That should make us more survivable. Plus, the HP burns won't trigger it. This is not as fast as running Newt, but it can work. We still need to kill these ads before they go, but I don't think that'll be a problem. So we're taking a fair amount of damage there. So we might just not be tanky enough. We might just not have the gear just yet. I do think this is the right team for speed running, Ice Golem. But if this isn't working, then it's not working. We need to not go with the speed run. So what we'll do is we'll build a tankier team in just a second. Yumiko is silly. So actually, you know, you have a double Yumiko. Eventually, you're going to build a double Yumiko team here. And, like, you'll probably pull... I mean, I don't even know if you'll use the Lydia. But we'll talk about that in just a second. I want to... Artak might be fine on his own. He's in regen and immortal, I checked. So he might just do this on his own now. Yeah, he's going to do just fine. The interesting thing about this team is as it goes up in stages, it might actually do slightly better because you're less likely to nuke out 2 stages of the boss like in a row. You know. So let's talk about a slightly different team that might work a little bit better. It might be that Elva's not tanky enough. But we can add some tankiness to this team. So we're going to go back to the Elva. I do like the Elva. Let's go ahead and try. Let's see. I'm actually gonna stick with the Yumiko. There are a lot of options here. Oops. And then we just got to make sure Artak always opens with his HP burn, because for some reason he doesn't like to do that. In round 3, he can actually... we'll still probably have to open this. Sill's not built. She's on the slow side. This rolls into attack too many times. I won't take it. HP or speed would be good. All right, so and then let's just find another one. Could be anywhere. Or speed, accuracy, and HP. I'll take that. It's not bad. Not awesome, but it's not bad. You certainly glyph this for more. Let's see. I really like Elva and Syl together because one heals on her turn and one heals on the other champion's turns. So you're getting a lot of extra healing. You got the AoE stun. You've got Mithrala for the cleanse. The Hex will give you a little bit more damage on the AoE. She's got the increased defense, the strengthen. Elva and Syl have the revives. Artak's already going to be tanky. I think the only one who's likely to die here will be This will not be fast. This will not be fast. It would be faster with a second HP burner, who is also an activator, like a Sulfurion or a Sissia Flame Tongue, or somebody like that. And you could certainly bring that in. And with the then you wouldn't maybe need the Yumiko. But this should be a pretty safe team that should walk your way up. And then you can potentially rebuild the seer comp that we were just talking about, and think about like how to get that to work. Now, I really like Elva, and I think that Elva should be a champion that you consider building well on your account, because she just does a whole lot of really nice things. She's great in Hydra. She's great in Doom Tower. She's great against a whole bunch of bosses. She can be really good in places like this. So I don't think Syl of the Drakes is as good as Elva, but the combo is really nice. And one of the things that I've discovered over time is that Syl of the Drakes is a champion that people underestimate too much, especially if they have big rosters. They're like, I've got all these great legendaries. What do I need Syl of the Drakes for? Syl of the Drakes gets you there health. That's what she does, right? She just keeps your team moving in the right direction and keeps them healthy. So whether it's Doom Tower waves or dungeon waves or faction crypt waves or whatever, she's got that AoE stun to just mitigate how much the waves can do to you. She's got those heals, which keep coming back around, which just keep you nice and healthy. She's got that revive in a pinch. She's even got an A1 slow for bosses that can take slows. So she's never sexy when it comes to like building a comp. You're never like, oh, let me put a Syl of the Drakes comp together. Like, you don't think that. But every once in a while, you put a team together and you're like, who would just give this team more survivability? And there are very few champions, I think, that actually do a better job than Syl of the Drakes. She does a better job at keeping your team alive in some ways than Elva does, right? Like, Elva gives you that cleanse and that block debuffs and that increased speed. Syl of the Drakes also gives an increased speed to one champion, but it's random. But that stun is so valuable in wave content, right? And then she's a defensive based champion as well, so it's like she gets that tankiness and that damage out of the increased defense. It's just really it's a nice combo. And like I said, this won't be fast. It'll probably take 5.5 minutes or whatever, but this will walk its way up to stage 10 for you. And then once you get there, then you think about optimizing a team to farm stage 6 or stage 10 or stage whatever that you want to do. And I think this will do just fine. I've noticed that I think that the speeds on a lot of your champions are just a little bit low. For where you are in the game, in terms of PvE, I think you should run your damage dealers at 220 to 240 speed, maybe even 245 on some of them. Your supports, a lot of your supports should be running at, like 250 to 280. And then your speed engines and stuff should be running at, 290 to like 350, whatever you get them to. So, when I'm thinking about a Lydia, I'm thinking about a Lydia at 250 to 260. Yumiko, 60 to 280. If you're talking about a speed lead like Shuzen or Arbiter or whatever, you're talking about 350, like as fast as you get. And you can't have 10 champions at 350 speed. Like, I get it. You have to kind of pick which ones you're going to prioritize. But like, Mithrala here, 250, 260, 270 is really nice. Plus, you need all the other stats. So there's a lot to it. But this will, this is going to be slower than, this might be like 7. But this is going to be super safe. And this is going to be super safe. You've got the stuns here to, even the ads aren't like getting turns. You've got the petrify just in case they get a turn. You've got the decrease attack from Artak, hopefully, although it looks like he missed his last one. But with the double heals and the shields and the strengthens, like this team is not going to fold the way the last one did. Now, one of the things that you could try is you could try finding a middle ground. You could say like, maybe I could work in, like I take out Yumiko, let's say, and put in Seer, and I can nuke one wave with my Mithrala, right? Mithrala is going to give you the buffs that you need to potentially strip off and nuke one wave. And then like it'll take a couple of turns to come back around because you don't have a reset champion, and then you nuke out the second wave, and then you get back here to the boss, and it's the same thing. It's like the 2 healers and Mithrala keeps Seer alive. Seer eventually nukes out the ads. Artak's burning everybody the whole time. You could try that. It might be a little bit faster. I generally think it's like, it kind of depends what you do with the ads here, but sometimes HP burns on the ads will actually speed up the damage you do on the boss because then there are more HP burns out there. Sometimes because they go so slow, it doesn't even matter. They don't really get turns like enough to make the HP burn worthwhile. So maybe just nuking them out would be, fine. But it took 4 minutes to get to the boss, right? So it's like, if we can clear the waves out faster, if we can clear them each wave out in a minute, as opposed to 2 minutes, and then the boss is relatively the same, you could try that even without a Yumiko. Might be a way to go. So it's really, it's an experiment. But what I would say is, anytime you're trying to push dungeons, especially hard mode dungeons, start tanky and then iterate towards less and less tanky, right? Because tanky teams are more likely to get through. And then as you take out tankiness, you'll make your team more fragile and you'll pick up speed by bringing more damage. But you'll get to a point where you're like, oh, I can't get any more fragile. So it's like, here we've got 4 tanky champs, but we've got, basically 4 support champs in Artak, who's a tanky HP burner. Like, that was 7 minutes, but you hadn't cleared this stage before. And this will clear stage 5, and this will clear stage 6. And it's like, the thing that it might struggle with would be, actually, stage 4 would be the hardest one. Stage 5 may actually be faster because now Artak will be strong affinity, so he won't weak hit and misses HP burns as often. He'll do more damage, right? So stage 4 and stage 8 may be harder. But this team, as built, might get you all the way to stage 10, or it might just require that you add a little bit more tankiness to Elva, or a little bit more speed to all of the champions, because they're all running a little bit slow. So, again, if we go to the roster and take a look at like the speeds that we were talking about, Lady Mikage is certainly fast enough. Mithrala is a little bit slow. Siphi, maybe a little bit slow. Arbiter, totally fast enough. It's like, you have some champions that are fast enough. Your fastest champions are fast enough. But, Yumiko, even though we rebuilt her, maybe still could use a little bit of speed. I like where she is. 251 is not bad. But, like, I'd love to see her around, like, 270. That'd be really great. It kind of depends how you're going to use her. Support champions like Pythion should not be at 165. This is way, way too slow. And he's worth being faster. So remember that he's not just a cleanser. He's also a block debuffs champion. Sometimes you want your cleansers to be fast. It's rare that you want your cleansers to be slow. You're like, oh, well, I want him to go after everybody. Why? So everybody's stunned before the cleanse goes out? No, I want the cleansers and the healers to be fast. Well, this 290 is a really nice speed for Elva. Let's look at some damage dealers. Newt's at 225. That's towards the bottom of where I think he should be. I would much prefer him to see him at 245 than 225. Although 225 is not awful. It's not awful. Wukong is too slow. 199. He should be. I know he's a damage dealer, but he's also a buff stripper. Buff strippers need to go before other damage dealers. So you need to run him faster than your other damage dealers. She's too slow at 178. Should be running at 220, 225. You know, we were just talking about Nishak, 215, way too slow. 275 might be a little bit too fast, but actually I'd be okay with him at 275. I would much prefer him at 275 hitting not quite as hard than have him running at 215 and hitting really hard. You know what I mean? Like I prefer somewhere in the middle. Let's see about Rathalos. This is why, if you're struggling with content, this is why you're struggling with content. It's the speed on your damage dealers. It's the speed on some of your support. Deacon's in a good spot. Ruella's way too slow if you're going to use her. Geomancer kind of can run a little bit slow. That's okay, because he usually takes, he takes the damage. Farrakhan the Fat, much, much faster, right? He's an ally attacker. He should be going before everybody else. He gets that increased crit rate, increased crit damage on people. So it should be like speed lead into Farrakhan the Fat around 265, 270. I don't know if Seeker, again, is running in your clan boss team. Ninja, a little bit slow. Not bad slow, but a little bit slow here. Again, another 20 speed on him would be huge. So as you creep up, one of the things, and I've showed this before, but I'll show it again today just to make sure that everybody sees it, is you should all be familiar with Hades.com and his raid stages tool. I don't know what's up, but I gotta get rid of it. Here we go. Okay, so Raid Shadow Legends, go over here to tools, come down to Raid Stages tool. You can go to any dungeon because the stats are going to be pretty similar for any dungeon. Let's go ahead and look at the Ice Golem's Peak. We want to go to hard mode, stage 10. You come down here, you look at the boss, and you look at the stats. Right, so this is, I'll try to get out of the way. This is the resistance, and this is the accuracy you need to overcome that resistance. Now, it's to overcome the resistance, I believe 90% of the time or 95%. 95% chance to place debuff. So 345 will give you a 95% chance to place debuff. So 350 is the number I like to think in my head, at least 350. It could be a little bit higher. You're not going to waste it if it's 360. And then this is the resistance you need. So this is the accuracy the enemies have, and this is the resistance you need, 435. But you can also look, here's the speed, 240. Right? Now, if you drop down to stage 6, here's the speed, 140. Right? That can't be right. Is that right? I think that might be right. So from stage 6, from hard mode stage 1, he's running at 95 speed. By the time you get to stage 6, he has picked up 45 speed. By the time you get to stage 10, he's picked up 100 more speed. It gets so fast. It gets so crazy fast. So 4 things you really want to consider. One is build speed into everybody as much as you can. As much as you can give them all of the other stats. Speed is one of the most important stats on every single champion. There are no champions that get to run slow anymore. That's not really a thing, unless you're doing a very specialized build like a slow UDK in Arena. Then he can run as slow as possible. Fine. But for PvE, the majority of the time, you're running everybody fast. The second thing you want to think in terms of not just the build is the composition. Can you bring an increased speed into your team? Can you bring turn meter fill into your team? Can you bring a speed aura into your team to get even more speed out of your team? Third thing you want to do, can you bring a decreased speed for the enemies? Some enemies can be hit with decreased speed, some can't, but you need to think about decreased speed and even turn meter decrease as well. And then finally, you also want to consider how that speed plays out in terms of the order of your champion. So it's not just running fast, it is also optimizing the turn order in the AI, in your composition, to make sure that you are as effective as possible, either in surviving, like getting your defenses up before the enemy goes, or in terms of nuking out the waves, like if you're using a seer comp or anything like that. Do you need a decrease attack out? Can you get a multi-hitter on the Fire Knight? Can you get an HP burnout? What do you need to do in what sequence of events. So those are sort of the 4 things, right? It's like build fast, bring extra speed, slow the enemy down, and make sure you're speed tuned to take advantage of all your skills. And that's true for every bit of content now. Now, it doesn't require you to like speed tune the way you do for Clan Boss, but you could just see here what I was trying to do when it's like, okay, let's go ahead and look at Ice Golem. Like, I'm trying to at least consider not just the speed of my champion, but who goes in what order. Now that was more important for this team, right? Especially with Newt here. Like, I needed a very specific turn order to optimize this team. But it's even valuable here to look at this and say, oh, I want my Artak to open with his HP burn, right? Especially against the waves where I don't need the decrease attack right away because I'm going so fast. I'm going to lap them because I've got Scylla the Drakes who's going to stun them because I've got Mithrala who's going to petrify them. Like, I'm all right. And maybe one of the things like you could think about here is, do they get a turn? Do they even get a turn? If the waves don't get turns, then the Hex is good. If the waves do get a turn and they petrify, then they take less damage, and that might slow my run down, but it doesn't really threaten me, so maybe I want to turn the Hex off. Maybe I want to pull Mithrala out, Maybe she's necessary for the boss. I don't know. So, anyway, that's enough. That's enough. So yeah, so that I think this team will walk up to a certain point. But again, once you get past stage 6, the speeds ramp up so much that this team may not be built to go any further. They may just kind of stall out around 6 or 7. And that's okay. The team will still work. The team will still go all the way to stage 10. It'll just need more investment of time and energy. Now, one thing to point out before we finish is like these area bonuses are useful. You're doing a little bit here with Demon Lord, but it's relatively cheap to get the first level or 2 in some of these places. So if you're looking for a little bit of help in Ice Golems, you could say, okay, maybe I need a little bit more speed, maybe need a little bit more accuracy. And those stat burdens are getting so high that it's really hard to find all my stats. But this actually works for every single champion. Like, it's not like this, right, where you have to worry about the affinity. This just works for every single champion in Ice Golem Peak. Makes everybody faster. And the ones I would probably focus on for Ice Golem specifically are speed, accuracy, and HP. I think those are really important. HP is going to keep you alive. The speed and accuracy is going to allow you to, do what you need to do. You could certainly build in some defense and resist if you want. That's fine. Resistance is not bad in Ice Golem. That's actually pretty good. I wouldn't use like crit damage and ignore defense on Ice Golem because that's just more likely to trigger his nukes. Same thing with attack, so I'd kind of ignore these. Whereas in like Fire Knight, go ahead and do it, or in Dragon, go ahead, and especially in Dragon. In Dragon's Lair, you want the crit damage and the ignore defense because you want to burn through his purple bar really fast. And again, think about getting to like maybe level 2 or 3 here. And if you play a little bit, and it does look like you play a little bit, you should be able to build those up. So that'll also help you. Okay. Any questions? I hope that was helpful. At stage 100, at account level 100, I think you have access here to a lot of stuff. One thing I will say to people in general is like, this happens to me too, where I get a lot of forged materials. Perception gear is so critically important that I think that it's worthwhile, for instance, in your faction crypts, like going down, like trying to farm the right stages to get the epic materials. So if you can't farm stage 21, go down and farm stage like 12. I think it's 10 through 12. So I've mentioned this before, but you want to come down here. I think it's stage 10, 11, and 12. 10, 11, and 12 don't only drop epic here, epic forge material. So if you come here and farm stage 12, you'll get 100% epic material. And so if you're having this happen where you just have like too many legendary materials and not enough epic materials, go farm stages 10, 11, and 12. get some epic materials, or farm stage 21, because 21 gives you so many epic materials at a decently high rate. But don't farm stages like 18, 19, 20, because you get very, very little epic materials at 18, 19, 20. And then literally just burn through this every CVC. Like every CVC, come here and forge as much perception as you can. Look for good pieces. And it can be a good piece for any kind of champion. It can really be a good piece for any kind of champion. So you can have speed or accuracy or crit rate or crit damage or resistance, you know, like as a subset, or HP percentage or defense percentage. Like any of those would be viable for somebody. And perception gear is so good. You know, most people need accuracy and speed these days. Even your damage dealers, when you think about, like, you know, Wukong needs accuracy. Newt needs accuracy. Nishak needs accuracy. Rhonda needs accuracy. Artak needs accuracy. You know, some champions don't. I don't think Hefrak needs any accuracy. You know, he doesn't do anything like, so he's not going to use perception. But you have all of these champions, and those were just the damage dealers. And then we've got people like Mithrala, you know, Lady Mikage, Scylla the Drake, like all the support champions, Emic, who all of these champions do well. Actually, Emic doesn't really need it, does it? No. But all of these support champions, you know, Yumiko, all of them use speed and accuracy. So that's, perception gear is just so OP. It's so OP. Ninja needs it. All right. All right, so that is it today. Thank you to both of my takeover contestants, I suppose, for hanging out and letting me tool around on your accounts. I do appreciate the gesture of trust. And I hope that you've found something useful out of these takeovers. I do find they get a little bit repetitive over time, you know, but it's just, that's the way it is. We have new players coming in and out. Everybody needs a little bit of help. And fundamentally, the way I approach a lot of this is, you know, as a free-to-play player. So if you are a spender, you might think like the priority is a little bit off, and that's fair. That's totally fair. But again, the process, the approach, I think, is what I'm often trying to teach. Like, you know, how do we build good compositions? How do we theory craft good teams? How do we go through our gear and find ways to improve our champions, and all of those things? So, all right, that is it for today. Now, I will hopefully be putting up a video tomorrow about the sale of Clarion, which is a really big thing. So you should check that out. Also, if you haven't checked it out yet, watch my video, my collabs with Drock. So Big Papa Drock and I did a collab on my channel and on his channel. I know they're longer, but, you know, put them on in the background or just enjoy them. They're really cool conversations. I had a lot of fun recording, so I hope you enjoyed. That is it for me today. I appreciate y'all being here, and I'll see you in another one soon.